Chapter 1410. Soon they had traveled more than 100 miles. However, the tunnel seemed to have no end. It was shockingly long, and they had not reached the end yet. The walls here seemed to be covered with inscriptions. Qiu Yingying whispered. Lu Ming glanced around. Indeed, the walls here were covered with inscriptions. The structure of the inscriptions was strange, and the combination was very strange. It looked very strange. Moreover, there was nothing strange about the inscriptions. They seemed to have lost their spirituality after a long time. Brother Lu, be careful, Qiu Yingying suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he moved a few meters to the side. A wisp of strange black thorns pierced the spot where Lu Ming was standing earlier. Then, another black thorn stabbed toward Lu Ming. Not only that, but it also stabbed toward Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Watch out! Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously, avoiding the attack of the black thorn. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao also flashed and avoided the attack. However, they seemed to be in a sorry state. Despicable! It's Yin Feng. Qiu Yingying stared ahead angrily. Lu Ming saw Yin Feng standing under the wall. His palm was on the wall, and there was a flash of light. The black thorn had shot out from the wall where Yin Feng's palm was. Yin Feng had used a special method to activate the inscriptions on the wall to attack them. Hee hee, you're lucky. Yin Feng sneered. His body flashed, and he disappeared into the darkness in front of the tunnel. Despicable! Before the Saint Realm elders came in, they told us to be united, but Yin Feng secretly tried to kill us. Qiu Yingying gritted her teeth. Despicable! Qiu Hao also said with hatred. They had been in danger just now. They felt that the strange black thorn was extremely terrifying. If it had hit them, they would have died. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly, but he did not say anything. After that, they became more careful and continued to move forward. After about 100 miles, light gradually appeared in front of them. It was no longer pitch black. The pressure in their hearts finally lightened. After walking for a while longer, everyone came to a halt. There was an abyss in front of them. The abyss had blocked their path. Above the abyss, there were 10 bridges leading to the other side of the abyss. However, in front of the abyss, there was a stone tablet with 4 words written on it. 9 deaths, 1 life. 10 bridges meant 9 deaths and 1 life. What did he mean? Did that mean that out of the 10 bridges, 9 led to dead ends and 1 led to life? But how could he pass this? Which one was the way out? What should we do? Someone said. Isn't that simple? Find 10 people and test it out. Within the crowd, a cold voice sounded out. It was Yin Feng. Everyone was shocked. Finding 10 people to try this method was very simple. However, 9 out of 10 of them would lead to death. Those who tried this method would only have a slim chance of surviving. Who would be willing to try? Going there would be suicide. Isn't that simple? You and you, get up. Yin Feng pointed his finger and selected 10 people. Among them were Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and the triplets of the Ruan family. Why should I go up and try? Impossible. If you want to go, then go. One of the people who was pointed out shouted. What are you shouting for? Lowly ants from a barbaric island. Our divine dragon valley has traversed a great distance to summon you here, allowing you to enter the great emperor's mystic realm to obtain supreme opportunities. Are you not going to do anything? Now, it's time for you to do something. Yin Feng sneered. That's right. Go up quickly. With your strength, this is all you can do. Otherwise, why are you here? To eat and drink for free? Beside Yin Feng, another youth sneered. No, I'm not going. That youth shouted and shook his head. You're courting death. Yin Feng's eyes turned cold. His figure suddenly appeared beside that youth and punched out. Bang! That youth's body flew far away as he vomited blood. His aura was extremely weak. If you're not going, I'll kill you now. Yin Feng's eyes were as cold as lightning as he swept his gaze towards Lu Ming and the rest. Idiot! Lu Ming curled his lips. Lu Ming did not lower his voice and his voice spread far away. What did you say? Yin Feng glared at Lu Ming. Not only are you an idiot, even your hearing is bad. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng in disdain. Kid, it's time for you to contribute to the Divine Dragon Valley. Go up and scout. Do you want so many people to wait for you? If the other sects were to gain the upper hand, would you be able to bear the responsibility? Yin Feng shouted. The other local youths sneered as they watched. The other youths from the other continents looked on coldly. To them, it was best if Lu Ming went up. At least they would not have to take the risk. If Lu Ming did not go, what if Yin Feng found them? Since you want to contribute to the Divine Dragon Valley, why don't you go up yourself? Wouldn't it be more efficient? Lu Ming said faintly. Who do you think you are? Can your life be compared to mine? Yin Feng shouted coldly. Yin Feng, why are you wasting time with him? If you don't want to go up, just throw him up. The youth beside Yin Feng said coldly. At the same time, he strode towards Lu Ming. Kid, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Do you want to go up yourself, or do you want me to throw you over? The youth was wearing a purple robe and his face was cold. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. Throw him over, I think that's a good idea. Lu Ming sneered. The fledgling chaotic domain covered his body and he threw a punch at the youth. Boom. The purple-robed young man's body shook violently and he spurted blood from his mouth. Just as he was about to be sent flying by Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped the purple-robed young man's face. Put. The crisp sound of a slap resounded as the youth's body landed heavily on the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. No one knew what the ground was made of, but it was unbelievably hard. It was impossible to damage it. The youth laid on the ground and wailed like a dying dog. Kid, how dare you? Impudent, how dare you hurt someone? You're just an ant from the desolate land, you're courting death. Everyone was shocked when Lu Ming beat up the purple-robed young man until he was half dead. Subsequently, more than 10 local youths shouted one by one, exuding a cold, murderous intent. Their figures flashed and they surrounded Lu Ming. In their eyes, an ant from a desolate island dared to attack them. He was courting death. It seems that there are enough people to test the 10 bridges. Lu Ming sneered. What did you say? What shameless boasting. A youth shouted and charged at Lu Ming. The next moment, bang. Lu Ming's fist landed on his dantian. He let out a shrill scream and lay on the ground, unable to move. Shio. Chapter 14:11. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Lu Ming was so strong. Those youths were the local elites of the Divine Dragon Valley. All of them had cultivated realm martial techniques and their combat abilities were powerful, far surpassing those of the geniuses from overseas. However, these people were powerless in the hands of Lu Ming. They were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Most of the youths were dumbfounded. A small number of people revealed serious expressions. Yin Feng. After taking care of the youths, Lu Ming looked at Yin Feng. With a move of his body, Lu Ming walked toward Yin Feng. Enough! A cold voice was heard. A young man with a cold expression appeared beside Yin Feng and looked at Lu Ming coldly. Enough? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. The youth's eyes darkened and he said, You are from the same sect. I don't think there is a need for you to stay in the Dragon God Valley. Now, you have no share in this secret realm. Go back. Get lost. Lu Ming's reply was even simpler this time. He only had one word. You are courting death. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are strong. I will show you what true strength is. The youth said coldly and the roar of a dragon came from his body. Then, the youth let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. He bent his fingers like a claw and grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw a real dragon grabbing at Lu Ming. Innate spiritual body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. As soon as this young man attacked, Lu Ming could sense that he was like Yin Feng. He also had an innate spirit body. Moreover, it was a special dragon body. Boom. When the youth attacked, a terrifying force came from behind Lu Ming. It was Yin Feng. He took the opportunity to sneak an attack on Lu Ming. You are courting death. Facing the encirclement, he did not panic in the slightest. His figure flashed as he dodged the claw in front of him. With a twist of his body, he sent a palm strike at Yin Feng. Yin Feng's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Ming to react so quickly. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck his fist, causing his entire body to tremble as he staggered back. Lu Ming circulated his primal chaos domain and used the suppressing hell heavenly skill to attack Yin Feng. Let's attack together and kill this person. This person is lawless. Yin Feng roared. However, other than the young man from before, the others did not make a move. In the Dragon God Valley, the competition was very fierce. Many local disciples were competitors with Yin Feng, so they were happy to see him suffer. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's fists were like a mountain as he continuously threw out a few punches. Yin Feng was barely able to block a few of them. After being punched in the stomach by Lu Ming, Yin Feng's eyeballs almost popped out as he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Slap. Lu Ming slapped Yin Feng's face. The terrifying force almost caused Yin Feng's head to explode. There was a loud bang in his head and he fell to the ground. How could this be? The young man who attacked Lu Ming earlier narrowed his eyes. Yin Feng's battle strength was about the same as his, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. This caused him to be greatly shocked as he quickly retreated. Now, do you think you can retreat? Lu Ming said coldly as he circulated his wind origin technique and rushed towards the other party. The result was as expected. After a few moves, the other party ended up in the same state as Yin Feng. He was beaten into a dead dog, lying weakly on the ground. Now, someone can scout the way. Lu Ming said softly. He carried Yin Feng and the young man and walked towards the edge of the abyss. Kid, what are you trying to do? The elders have warned us to be united. You injured your fellow disciples and now you want to harm your fellow disciples, going against the elders' orders. When we get out, I will report this to the sect. Yin Feng yelled. He was the one who wanted to deal with Lu Ming. Previously, in the tunnel, he activated the inscription and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Later on, he wanted Lu Ming to scout the way. He was the one who started everything. Now, he was slandering Lu Ming for harming his fellow disciples. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He grabbed the two of them and walked to the edge of the abyss. No, 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 I'm warning you. Yin Feng and the other young man almost peed in their pants. They roared crazily and struggled with all their might. However, Lu Ming had already sealed their cultivation with his true origin technique. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Then Lu Ming threw the two of them out. They flew towards a different bridge. Didn't the two of them want to scout the way? Then let the two of them test it out. The two of them screamed crazily in the air. One of them was hoarse and the other was miserable. It was worse than a pig being slaughtered. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them flew along the bridge and landed on the other side, falling to the ground. After falling, the two of them were still screaming. Are they okay? Everyone was stunned. The two of them were fine. Weren't they supposed to die? Logically speaking, there was only one way out. How could there be two? Let's try again. Lu Ming moved and grabbed a few young men who had been knocked down by him just now. He threw them along the other bridges while they were screaming. The few of them flew over one by one, and nothing happened to them. Then, Lu Ming tried the 10 bridges one by one. They were all fine. So it's just to scare people. It's fine at all. Let's go. The young men of Dragon God Valley cursed and rushed over the bridges. They were all fine. The 10 bridges were just to scare people. Lu Ming touched his nose. Why did it seem like a prank? Damn it, damn it. Yin Feng and the young man with the innate spirit body screamed crazily in their hearts. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Just now, when the two of them were facing the threat of death, they screamed and yelled. They looked really pathetic. Moreover, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of so many people. They blamed all of this on Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming walk onto the bridge, the two of them were shocked. They hurriedly rushed into the passage ahead and disappeared without a trace. These guys are lucky, Lu Ming muttered. They were indeed lucky if they were still alive. Lu Ming, Xiao Yingying, and the others crossed the bridge and continued forward. This time, they saw a door after walking for a while. They walked out of the door and arrived at a huge platform. People from other factions. Lu Ming looked around and found that the platform was very big and long. There were also doors on both sides of Lu Ming and the others, and disciples of other factions appeared. It turned out that there were many passages in the great tomb that led to this place. In front of the platform, there was a huge bubble-like object that was bobbing up and down. The shadows of mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen in the bubble. There was actually a world inside. Is that the real Great Emperor's mystic realm? It must be. This is a plane. It's normal for a Great Emperor's mystic realm to be in a plane. Let's go in. Someone flew up and rushed toward the bubble. Chapter 14:12. When they got close to the bubble, their bodies shrunk rapidly. When they got close to the bubble, they became the size of a speck of dust. Then they entered the bubble and disappeared. I'm fine. Many people saw that they were fine after entering the bubble. More people rushed towards the bubble. Push, push, push. One by one, the densely packed figures charged into the bubble before disappearing into it. Let's go too, Lu Ming said as he flew towards the bubble with Qiu Yingying and the others. When they flew towards the bubble, there was a strong gravitational force on the bubble that sucked them in. The closer they got to the bubble, the bigger the bubble in front of them became. Then their figures also entered the bubble and disappeared. On the platform, Yin Feng and a few others looked at Lu Ming's disappearing figure and their bodies emitted cold, murderous intent. Just you wait. I'll kill this person. The young man with the innate spiritual body let out a furious roar. Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong now, when we reach the Great Emperor's secret realm and break through to the Martial Emperor realm, our combat strength will increase greatly. Moreover, our innate spiritual bodies will also transform. When that time comes, we'll kill him. Yin Feng gritted his teeth and said, That's right. What's the use of having a martial saint's combat strength? When we break through to the Martial Emperor realm, we'll make him die a horrible death. The person who spoke earlier gritted his teeth and said, Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Martial Saint realm and they could break through to the Martial Emperor realm at any time. Moreover, their identities were not ordinary. They had strong people behind them and were ready to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. They were 100% confident that they could break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, the innate spiritual bodies would transform when they broke through to the Martial Emperor realm. They would reach the level of an inferior Earth spiritual body and their combat strength would increase greatly. They would be much stronger than ordinary spiritual bodies. When that time came, they were confident that they would make Lu Ming die a horrible death. Then, the few of them flew towards the bubble and disappeared into it. When Lu Ming flew into the bubble, he felt the world spin. In the next moment, he appeared high up in the sky. He quickly circulated his true essence to stabilize his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ripples appeared in the sky all around. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there were many people in the void. There were more than 100 people in his line of sight, but he did not see Qiu Yingying and the rest. It seemed that after entering this secret realm, one would appear at random places. In the void, more than 100 people sized each other up. Among these 100 people, there were people from the 13 sections. It's that kid from Dragon God Valley. One of them looked at Lu Ming and his eyes lit up. This person was the youth with the flame mark on his forehead from the Heavenly Divine Sect. His name was Lu Yen. Senior brother Lu Yen, our luck is really good. A figure appeared beside Lu Yen. It was Bing Kong. My luck is really good. Those guys wanted to compete with me. Once I kill this guy, the Holy Maiden will definitely look at me in a new light. Lu Yen was overjoyed. She stepped forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Bing Kong followed. Lu Ming naturally noticed Bing Kong and Lu Yen. He stood quietly in the void with a calm face. Kid, you must be Lu Ming. It's your bad luck to meet me. Lu Yen sneered, and a cold, murderous intent appeared on her body. You want to kill me? Because of him? Lu Ming asked, looking at Bing Kong. Lu Ming guessed that Bing Kong wanted to kill him. After all, when Yuan Lu sect was selecting disciples in the Divine Ruins Continent group, Bing Kong was badly beaten by him. Him? You guessed wrong. It's the Holy Maiden who wants to kill you. No one can save you today. Lu Yen sneered, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Holy Maiden? Lu Ming frowned. The Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect wanted to kill him? However, he had just arrived and did not know the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect. Lu Ming, you would never have guessed that Xianxia has become the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect and has been accepted as a direct disciple by the Great Elder of the Heavenly Divine Sect. Bing Kong said, Xianxia, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect? Lu Ming was surprised. He never expected that Xianxia would become the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect. No wonder he did not see Xianxia among the disciples of the Heavenly Divine Sect. Speaking of Xianxia, Lu Ming could not help but think of Xianxia. Previously, he did not see Xianxia among the disciples of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. What was going on? Lu Ming was a little worried. He decided to find time to go to the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect to inquire about the situation after this matter was over. Yes, Lu Ming. Now, do you regret offending Holy Maiden Yanjuan? Bing Kong exuded a cold aura. Regret? What's there to regret? If she comes, I will still trample on her. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arrogant, you're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Senior brother Lu Yan, this person has a grudge with me. Why don't you let me deal with him? Bing Kong said to Lu Yan. You want to snatch the credit from me? Lu Yan's face darkened. Senior brother, you misunderstood. How would I dare? As long as I cripple him, whether I kill him or not, I will let senior brother decide. The credit will naturally go to senior brother. This Lu Ming has a grudge with me in the past. If I don't avenge this grudge, I will not be at peace. Bing Kong hurriedly explained. I see. Then you can make your move. Lu Yan nodded and stood aside to watch with her hands behind her back. Clang. Bing Kong unsheathed his battle sword. An ice-cold long sword appeared in his hand. On his body, the embryonic form of the ice domain spread out and pressed towards Lu Ming. Do you think you are my opponent? Lu Ming said indifferently. How Lu Ming, things are different now. You are ignorant. 2 years ago, you stayed in the Godly Ruins continent. How can the cultivation environment in the Godly Ruins continent be compared to the Yuan continent? I came 2 years earlier than you and my cultivation has already reached the peak supreme being. How much progress can you make by staying in the Godly Ruins continent? Bing Kong sneered. Is this the reason why you are so confident? How pathetic. Lu Ming shook his head and an aura spread out from his body. The aura of a supreme being. Bing Kong's face changed. He did not expect that Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the Supreme Being realm. It seems that you have made great progress in the past few months in the Yuan continent. Bing Kong said. He believed that Lu Ming had broken through to the Supreme Being realm in the past few months in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming smiled and did not bother to explain. But even if we are both Supreme Beings, you are still not my opponent. Ice Jade Arc. Bing Kong suddenly moved and merged with his sword. A terrifying ice jade sword mark flew towards Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. So you have cultivated a domain martial technique. Lu Ming could tell at one glance that Bing Kong was using a kind of realm martial technique. No wonder Bing Kong was so confident. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch at Bing Kong. Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, Bing Kong's sword chi instantly collapsed. Chapter 1413. Bing Kong felt an earth-shattering power surging towards him. This power wasn't something he could resist. He turned pale with fright. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Boom. The terrifying power slammed into his body. He let out a miserable shriek as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and crashed into a mountain peak in the distance. How is this possible? His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always stayed in the Divine Ruins Continent Group. It was impossible for the Divine Ruins Continent Group to have a domain martial skill. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Originally, he was full of confidence. He had come to the Yuan continent 2 years earlier than Lu Ming and his cultivation had increased greatly. He had reached the peak of the Supreme Realm. Moreover, he was good at socializing. He got to know Lu Yan and the others and obtained a domain martial skill that was suitable for him. After he cultivated it, his combat strength had increased greatly, far surpassing Yi Dian and Zi Wuji. Initially, he wanted to suppress Lu Ming after meeting him this time to take revenge for what he had done to him in the past. But after meeting Lu Ming, everything went beyond his expectations. Not only had Lu Ming's cultivation reached the supreme realm, but his combat strength was also strong enough to completely crush him. He had severely injured him with a single move. This is your combat strength. This is what you rely on. Trash will always be trash. Even if you came to the Yuan continent 2 years earlier, you still couldn't withstand a single blow. Lu Ming scolded coldly. You, Bing Kong was enraged as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Hee, you do have some combat strength. But with this combat strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of my heavenly god sect's disciple? I think you've found the wrong person. A cold voice resounded as a blazing aura shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Yen appeared in front of Lu Ming. Her body was covered in a golden flame. The terrifying temperature spread towards Lu Ming. What a high temperature! This person also has an innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart moved. The flames on Lu Yan's body weren't condensed through her domain or concept, but rather directly emitted from her body. His body emitted flames at an astonishing temperature. This was something only a spirit body could do. There were some onlookers in the surroundings, but at this moment, they couldn't help but retreat. Among them, there were a few disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. However, they all retreated coldly, showing no intention of attacking. Lu Yan's flame spirit body is extremely powerful. That little brat is dead for sure. If an ordinary person were to encounter an innate spirit body, they would only be killed instantly. There were a few people who spoke, taking joy in his misfortune. Nonsense, make your move. I don't have time to waste with you. Lu Ming berated. Since you're in a hurry to reincarnate, I'll fulfill your wish. Fire God slash. Lu Yen roared and slashed her palm towards Lu Ming like a blade. The flames condensed into a flaming saber and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as if it was the fire god's saber. Its power was terrifying. The fledgling primal chaos domain coiled around his body as Lu Ming punched out. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel flashed in the void, allowing Lu Ming's punch to collide with the flaming saber. Shockwaves rippled out. Then, the void trembled, and the flaming battle saber crumbled. As for Lu Yen, she was also pushed back by the force of the impact. Is this all you've got? Lu Ming said lightly, revealing a trace of mockery. Lu Yan's face turned gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded her expectations. Fire God's secret art, 8 Desolation Annihilation. Lu Yen roared. Her whole body seemed to have turned into a fire god. She was 1,000 meters tall and slashed out with her saber. Boom! Lu Ming rushed up. There was no shocking phenomenon, just a punch. It was a simple punch, but the power was enough to suppress mountains and rivers. Boom! The fist and the saber collided for the second time. Don't. Heaven and earth roared. Endless flames rushed out in all directions. The flaming saber collapsed again. Then, Lu Ming stepped in the air and punched out. A terrifying fist energy crossed 100 miles and hit the fire god that was 1,000 meters tall. Boom! A big hole was punched in the fire god's huge body. The flames in the sky disappeared. Lu Yen frantically retreated. A big hole had appeared in his chest. However, he was not seriously injured. It was as if his whole body was formed by flames. At this moment, the flames in the big hole were wriggling, and the big hole was quickly mending. I have a fire spiritual body. You can't hurt me. Lu Yan's angry voice rang out. A fire spiritual body is really amazing, Lu Ming said. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, the spiritual body was formed by blood. Naturally, it would have some of the characteristics of the blood. For example, the natural bloodline, such as fire, ice, water, lightning, etc. These bloodlines were difficult to break through to the martial emperor realm when they performed bloodline fusion. For example, if the flames were destroyed, the body could be reformed. Of course, this referred to the time when the bloodline fusion was performed. However, after condensing the spiritual body, it was even more amazing. For example, the fire spiritual body seemed to be made of flames. Even if the whole body was destroyed, it could be reformed, and its vitality would be greatly enhanced. However, there was a limit to everything. If the spiritual body encountered someone with a strong cultivation, it could directly destroy the spiritual body with a strong force. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He continued to step forward and charge towards Lu Yen. Flame cage! Lu Yen roared. His whole body turned into flames. The flames in the sky formed a huge cage, enveloping Lu Ming. He wanted to use the power of the flames to refine Lu Ming. Primal chaos! The light of primal chaos spread out from Lu Ming's palm. The embryonic form of the primal chaos domain was like a ball of primal chaos, wrapping around Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the flaming cage. This time, the flaming cage completely collapsed, turning into flames that filled the sky. At the same time, the flames in the sky flew to the distance and began to converge. Lu Yan's body reappeared, but this time, his face was abnormally pale, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. You can extinguish my flames. Lu Yan roared in horror. Lu Ming's punch just now had directly started to destroy his spiritual body, causing him to be seriously injured. If a few more punches came, he would probably die. What fire spiritual body? Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped into the void and headed towards Lu Yen. His primal chaos domain was the emperor of countless domains. It was normal for it to destroy a fire spiritual body. Go! Lu Yen didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran. Boom! A fist filled with the light of primal chaos blasted towards him. Lu Yan's body was directly penetrated by the fist, and a hole appeared in his body. Moreover, this time, no matter how he mobilized the flames to recover, the hole couldn't be healed in a short time. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a flame and fled frantically. Boom! Lu Ming punched again across the sky. Chapter 14:14. A natural spiritual body was indeed mysterious. Its life force was much stronger than others. If it were anyone else, they would have been destroyed by Lu Ming's punches. However, Lu Yen was only severely injured and was able to escape. What a strong combat power! The surrounding onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Yen had an innate fire spiritual body. Without a doubt, she was a peerless genius who had cultivated a domain martial skill. This kind of prodigy could kill other prodigies of the same level as easily as chopping vegetables. However, he was completely crushed when he encountered Lu Ming. Let's go and find a place to break through to the martial emperor realm. Even if he's strong now, he might not be strong enough to break through to the martial emperor realm. Then, their figures flashed as they left the place to find a place to break through to the martial emperor realm. The yuan qi here was unbelievably dense. It was much denser than the yuan qi of the outside world. No wonder it was the great emperor's secret realm. After Lu Yen escaped, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Bing Kong. Lu Ming, spare my life. Bing Kong was extremely shocked. When he saw Lu Ming arrive, he immediately cried out in fright. Sush! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him. He flicked his finger and a spear flew out, killing Bing Kong. Rumble! At that moment, a violent explosion sounded in the distance. Lightning flashed across 10,000 miles, as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. Lu Ming looked into the distance and saw dark clouds gathering. A figure was resisting the lightning under the dark clouds. Someone is trying to break through to the martial emperor realm so soon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that someone was trying to break through to the martial emperor realm, going through the martial emperor tribulation. Normally, no one would dare to disturb someone who was going through the tribulation. Otherwise, they would be implicated. Therefore, when someone was going through the tribulation, they would not have any scruples. No one would dare to disturb them and they would stay far away. Rumble! Dark clouds gathered and 10,000 lightning cauldrons fell from the sky, covering the figure. The martial emperor tribulation was extremely terrifying. The figure roared to the sky and resisted the tribulation. Lu Ming watched for a while before leaving. He needed to find a place to cultivate and break through to the martial emperor realm. Rumble. Before he could fly far, another loud sound rang out in front of him. Thousands of thunderbolts scattered. Another person was transcending the tribulation to become a ruler. Boom, boom. Then, Lu Ming heard thunderous booms coming from many directions. They were all transcending the tribulation and breaking through to become rulers. This time, several 100,000 people had entered, and many of them had reached the limit of the supreme being level. In particular, the local youths were suppressing their cultivations. Otherwise, they would have broken through to become rulers long ago. They had suppressed their cultivation in order to enter the great emperor's mystic realm. Now that they had entered the great emperor's mystic realm, they no longer needed to suppress their cultivation. They all began to break through to the martial emperor realm. Once they broke through to the martial emperor realm, they would gain the upper hand. Go! Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and left the area. After flying for more than 2 hours, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate mountain. He dug a cave in one of the mountains. Lu Ming flew in and blocked the cave. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. First, Lu Ming had to adjust his condition to the extreme and find an opportunity to condense his spirit body and break through to the next realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming was like a rock, sitting there cross-legged and motionless. The aura on his body became more and more condensed and smooth. However, Lu Ming still did not find the feeling, the opportunity to break through. According to the primal chaos scripture, every breakthrough is 10 times or 100 times more difficult than others. There's no rush. I'll take it slow. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. His anxious heart gradually calmed down and he entered an ethereal state. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It's done. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Immediately, he activated the Dragon God Battle Body's Exuberance chapter. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Then, the 9 dragons' bloodline wrapped around Lu Ming's body. The 9 dragons' bloodline emitted a layer of blood light. This blood light constantly seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wanted to condense the 9 dragons' bloodline into his body and merge it with his physical body to cultivate the Dragon God Battle Body. The Dragon God Battle Body technique was activated. The power of the 9 dragons' bloodline constantly fused into Lu Ming's body. The stronger the bloodline, the more difficult it was to refine the bloodline. Moreover, there was a certain danger. Because the bloodline was already very powerful at this point, it could easily burst the body. This was also a step that many people found difficult to take. Fortunately, Lu Ming had already cultivated the pure spirit body and had reached 100% mastery. With the pure spirit body as the foundation, this step was not difficult for Lu Ming. The 9 dragons' bloodline constantly turned into blood light and fused into Lu Ming's body. It was extremely fast. In less than an hour, the 9 dragons' bloodline had completely faded. Then, with a bang, the 9 dragons' bloodline collapsed and turned into a ball of blood light that drilled into Lu Ming's body. The 9 dragons' power in the 9 dragons' bloodline naturally fused into Lu Ming's body and became a part of Lu Ming's strength. At this moment, a series of dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body. However, the Dragon God Battle Body had not been successfully cultivated yet. It still needed to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Only by going through the heavenly tribulation could it be considered a success. Lu Ming rushed out of the cave with full force. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the sky. Whoosh! Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. These dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Hiss! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning swam in the dark clouds like silver snakes. A powerful pressure spread down, and the world was filled with an oppressive aura. It made people feel as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Rumble! In the sky, more and more dark clouds gathered, covering an area of 100 miles. The range is so big? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had seen no less than 10 people transcending their heavenly tribulations. Their emperor's tribulations were usually covered by dark clouds, and the bigger ones were about 10 miles. However, Lu Ming's tribulation covered an area of 100 miles, and it was still increasing. What's going on? Someone is about to become an emperor and is about to transcend the tribulation. But what's with these tribulation clouds? So big? It's actually more than 100 miles. Who's transcending the tribulation? Is it an innate spiritual body? The aura of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was too shocking. It covered an area of more than 100 miles, but the pressure spread out for 100,000 miles. Many people sensed it. They were incredibly shocked and flew over. Maybe it's really an innate spiritual body, but why is it still increasing? The range of an innate spiritual body's tribulation cloud isn't so terrifying, right? Chapter 14:15. The more heaven-defying a person was, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. Innate spirit bodies were heaven-defying and did not belong to the mortal body. Therefore, the power of the heavenly tribulation would be the most terrifying. However, the range of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had already exceeded the range of an ordinary innate spirit body. Soon, the range of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had reached 200 miles. Thick dark clouds filled the sky and covered the sun. The aura made people feel like a disaster was imminent. Bolts of lightning swam in the dark clouds. Some of the bolts of lightning were as big as mountains. Lu Ming looked very small in front of them. In the distance, more and more people were alarmed by the tribulation cloud. Among the crowd, someone looked at Lu Ming, who was under the tribulation cloud, with a cold gaze. He was Lu Yen of the Heavenly God sect. Senior brother Lu Yen, are you talking about this person? Beside Lu Yen, a few disciples of the Heavenly God sect asked. That's right. It turns out that he is going to become an emperor here. Then, let's make his dream come true. Lu Yen said coldly. Senior brother Lu Yen, are you going to kill him when he is going through the heavenly tribulation? That's too dangerous. A disciple of the Heavenly God sect said solemnly. Once he was involved in the heavenly tribulation, he would also suffer. It's okay. I have just become an emperor and have also gone through the heavenly tribulation. A mere heavenly tribulation can't do anything to me. Moreover, I have a heavenly treasure. I will kill him when he is going through the heavenly tribulation and make his dream of becoming an emperor come true. Lu Yen said, That's right. Senior brother Lu Yen is going through the innate spirit body heavenly tribulation. It is an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. With a heavenly treasure, it will be fine. This brat is dead meat. Several disciples of the Heavenly God sect flattered him. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with malevolence. Rumble. The world rumbled. More and more lightning flashed in the dark clouds, constantly cutting through the sky and lighting up the world. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cut through the void and struck Lu Ming. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and stood still, allowing the lightning to strike him. Boom. When the lightning landed on Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming felt a slight numbness spread throughout his body. That felt great. Let's do it again. Lu Ming looked expectant. He wanted to use lightning to condense a spirit body. Boom, boom, boom. Then in the sky, lightning bolts fell one after another, striking towards Lu Ming. Some of the lightning bolts were as thick as mountains, completely submerging Lu Ming. The surrounding people watched quietly. They all knew that the heavenly tribulation was not very strong at the beginning. As it progressed, it would become stronger and more terrifying. Countless lightning bolts drowned Lu Ming. He did not know how many of them struck down. It feels so good. Lu Ming did not conjure his nascent chaos domain. He did not even circulate his quintessential essence to resist. He only used his physical body to resist the lightning tribulation. As bolts of lightning struck down, Lu Ming's body felt numb and itchy. Under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, his spirit body continued to deepen and condense. About a moment later, the lightning in the sky suddenly stopped and did not strike down. However, this did not mean that it was over. Everyone knew that the truly powerful and terrifying lightning was about to descend. The aura in the sky became even more oppressive. Dark clouds rolled as if something was brewing. After a while, Sila, another bolt of lightning struck down. However, The lightning this time was very different from the previous ones. The lightning this time was deeper in color and looked even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning drowned Lu Ming. From the outside, one could not see Lu Ming's figure at all. They could only see a ball of white light. This kind of lightning was very dangerous for ordinary geniuses when they were breaking through to the martial monarch realm. They had to do their best to resist it. If they were not careful, they would risk dying. Ordinary people could become a martial monarch after passing this level of lightning tribulation. This brat's combat strength is very strong. There is still one more level of lightning tribulation, the purple fire lightning tribulation. That will be the time for me to make my move. Lu Yen, who was in the crowd, thought to herself. She did not attack. This time, Lu Ming did not resist it. He used his spiritual body to resist it and circulated the dragon god's battle body to strengthen his physical body. This kind of power is more like it. The previous one was too weak. Lu Ming thought to himself as the bolts of lightning struck his body. If others heard this, they would vomit blood far away. To others, it was a fatal threat. However, to Lu Ming, it was ordinary. He could block it with his physical body without any resistance. After a while, this wave of lightning tribulation ended. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered high up in the sky. Lightning flashed, and a purple light spread out. There's more. The next wave is the purple fire lightning tribulation. This guy is so strong. He is going to pass 3 levels of lightning tribulation. I heard that the innate spiritual body has to pass 4 levels of lightning tribulation. I wonder if this guy will pass 4 levels of lightning tribulation. I don't know. This guy's dark clouds covered a radius of 200 miles. It's bigger than the dark clouds of the innate spiritual body. He should pass 4 levels of lightning tribulation, right? Discussions could be heard in the surroundings. This time, the tribulation clouds took a longer time to brew. A full half an hour passed. Boom. A purple bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck toward Lu Ming. This bolt of lightning looked purple because it was covered with a layer of purple fire. This was a type of tribulation fire. It was powerful and not weaker than the lightning tribulation. The combination of the two was even more shocking. Boom. The lightning struck Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and blocked the lightning. The lightning tribulation disappeared, but a layer of purple fire burned fiercely on Lu Ming's body. This was the terror of tribulation fire. The lightning tribulation could be extinguished, but the tribulation fire was difficult to extinguish. It would stick to the body of the person undergoing the tribulation until the person was burned to ashes. Lu Ming's body lit up with true yuan and began to resist the invasion of the tribulation fire. Boom. Following which, streaks of purple thunder tribulation struck down continuously, drowning Lu Ming. At this moment, a figure dashed toward the place where Lu Ming was transcending the tribulation at lightning speed. Many people were taken aback. Who is that? What is he trying to do? That's Lu Yen of the Heavenly God sect. He wants to rush into the other party's tribulation site? Lu Yan's sudden breakthrough surprised many people. Shua. Lu Yen rushed directly into the area covered by the tribulation clouds. Boom. As soon as he rushed in, a purple lightning bolt struck toward Lu Yen. But Lu Yen casually waved his hand and the purple lightning bolt was destroyed. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, so this purple fire tribulation couldn't do anything to him. Boom. Boom. Immediately after, even more purple lightning bolts fell towards Lu Yen. Lu Yan's body bloomed with a layer of terrifying flames to resist the lightning tribulation. He broke through the lightning tribulation and approached Lu Ming. Lu Yen. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Chapter 14:16. Bring it on then. Lu Ming sneered. Rumble. The purple lightning tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. Bolts of lightning tribulation that were as thick as mountains continued to strike the two. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming exploded and punched out with both fists. Fist energy rushed up to the sky and destroyed the bolts of purple fire tribulation lightning. It seemed that the tribulation clouds in the sky were angered by Lu Ming's explosion and Lu Yan's rush. They rolled violently and more purple fire tribulation lightning fell. So many lightning tribulations? But you can't stop me. Lu Yen shouted coldly and waved his palm. Saber light burst out and broke through the lightning tribulation. He quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Swish. Lu Ming's figure moved and he retreated rapidly, distancing himself from Lu Yen. You can't escape. Lu Yen broke through the lightning and chased after Lu Ming. The tribulation clouds covered a radius of 200 miles. Lu Ming was in the center of the tribulation clouds. Lu Yen was only 80 to 90 miles away from Lu Ming. However, it was difficult to cross this distance because of the lightning tribulation. As soon as Lu Yen got close, Lu Ming would retreat. Damn it! Lu Yen shouted angrily and his aura burst out. The aura of a martial emperor spread out and his body was covered in flames. His innate fire spirit body had broken through to the martial emperor realm and completed a transformation. It had become even more terrifying and had reached the level of an inferior earth spirit body. The flames condensed into a long saber and slashed out, destroying the bolts of lightning tribulation. Lu Yan's speed increased. However, the purple lightning tribulation lightnings suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation clouds seemed to be really angry. This time, they didn't even have time to prepare. Dense lightning bolts fell from the sky again. This time, there were 4 colors of lightning. There were 4 different colors of lightning, and each of them covered a different thing on the surface of the lightning. Some covered fire, some covered wind, some covered water, and there was also a sharp golden aura. The 4th tribulation lightning had arrived. This kind of tribulation lightning was several times more terrifying than the purple fire tribulation lightning. This kind of tribulation lightning was a terrifying one that an innate spirit body had to face. Damn it, I've already reached the 4th lightning tribulation. Lu Yen roared in her heart. The transition time between the 3rd and 4th lightning tribulations was faster than he had expected. Even he had to treat the 4th lightning tribulation with caution. A tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. With a thought, Lu Yen summoned a purple bead and floated above her head, exuding a light barrier that enveloped her. The lightning tribulation landed on the purple light barrier. Although the purple light barrier shook violently, it was still blocked. What a powerful tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure. It can even block the 4th tribulation. In the distance, many people revealed looks of envy. Ordinary tribulation transcending heaven artifacts could withstand the 2nd stage of thunder tribulation, but Lu Yan's tribulation transcending heaven artifact was able to withstand the 4th stage of thunder tribulation. Its power was amazing, and it was definitely one of the best tribulation transcending heaven artifacts. Lu Yan's speed increased greatly and she quickly approached Lu Ming. Then he quickly retreated. Kill! Lu Yen roared and slashed down with her palm, sending out a vast flaming saber light towards Lu Ming. But as soon as the saber light appeared, it was scattered by the lightning tribulation. Damn it, I have to get close to that guy to kill him. A cold light flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. She broke through the lightning tribulation and quickly approached Lu Ming, but Lu Ming used the wind origin technique and quickly retreated, keeping a distance of dozens of miles from Lu Yen. What's wrong with this guy? How can he be so fast in the face of the 4th stage of thunder tribulation? After chasing for a while, the distance between the two could not be closed, and Lu Yen became a little anxious. If she couldn't close the distance, she couldn't kill Lu Ming. Of course, he didn't know that the 4th stage of thunder tribulation was a fatal threat to others, but for Lu Ming, it was just okay, and there was no need for him to resist it with all his strength. The two, one chasing and one fleeing, circled around the area. Damn it, kid, I'll spare your life today. After chasing for a while, seeing that she couldn't catch up to Lu Ming, Lu Yen wanted to retreat. You come and go as you please? It's not that easy. Continue to transcend the tribulation with me. Lu Ming sneered. As soon as Lu Yen retreated, Lu Ming advanced, closing the distance between him and Lu Yen, so that the tribulation clouds always enveloped Lu Yen. You're courting death. Lu Yen was furious and stopped retreating, wanting to rush forward and kill Lu Ming, but as soon as he advanced, Lu Ming retreated, and as soon as he retreated, Lu Ming advanced. This made Lu Yen furious and she couldn't get away. After a stalemate, the lightning tribulation suddenly disappeared. The heavenly tribulation is over, and this guy needs to stabilize his realm. Let's see how you can catch up to me. The disappearance of the heavenly tribulation made Lu Yen overjoyed. With the heavenly tribulation gone, he could easily escape and find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. But in the next moment, Lu Yan's face changed drastically. Because the tribulation clouds in the sky didn't dissipate at all, but became even thicker. The tribulation clouds that originally covered a radius of 200 miles suddenly expanded to cover a radius of 300 miles. The oppressive pressure made it difficult for Lu Yen to breathe. How is this possible? Is this the fifth stage of thunder tribulation? Lu Yen roared, a look of horror filling her face. Run, run, run. Lu Yen almost cried. She turned around and ran, trying to escape the area covered by the lightning tribulation. At this moment, a cry resounded through the sky. In the sky, a huge goshawk flew down at an incredible speed. In an instant, it was above Lu Yan's head and swooped down on her. The fifth stage of heavenly tribulation, the manifestation of the lightning tribulation. Lu Yen screamed in horror, full of disbelief. Lu Ming was still going through the tribulation. Moreover, it was the legendary fifth stage of heavenly tribulation, the manifestation of the lightning tribulation. Ordinary innate spirit bodies would only face the fourth stage of thunder tribulation when they went through the martial emperor tribulation. Only some extremely abnormal people would face the fifth stage of thunder tribulation. Bang! The goshawk that was formed by the lightning tribulation fell on Lu Yan's tribulation heavenly treasure. The light screen that was formed by the tribulation heavenly treasure shook violently and almost collapsed. Run! Lu Yan's only thought was to run as far away as possible. However, how could Lu Ming let her do as she wished? He quickly approached her. The manifestation of the lightning tribulation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. It was not the first time he had encountered this kind of thunder tribulation. It had appeared when he was going through the spiritual god tribulation. Two loud roars sounded. Two huge tigers formed by the lightning tribulation pounced on Lu Ming. Suppressing hell heavenly skill. Lu Ming threw out two punches and sent the two huge tigers flying. On the other side, two more goshawks appeared. A total of 3 goshawks pounced on Lu Yen. Bang! Bang! The light screen formed by Lu Yan's tribulation heavenly treasure finally could not hold on and exploded. The bead also exploded. The tribulation transcending heaven artifact exploded, and several goshawks pounced on Lu Yen. Get lost! Lu Yen roared. Her complete domain covered her body and blasted toward the 3 goshawks. However, he had already gone through the martial emperor tribulation and broken through to the martial emperor realm. Now that he was shrouded by the tribulation clouds, the power of the lightning tribulation that struck him was stronger than that of Lu Ming. It was equivalent to his own tribulation. Chapter 14:17. But when he went through the martial emperor tribulation, it was only the 4th great tribulation. The power of the 5th great tribulation was beyond his imagination. Boom, boom, boom. Although Lu Yen had sent the 3 thunder tribulation goshawks flying, there were a few bloody wounds on his body. The power of the thunder tribulation was desperately drilling into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But what made him despair was that in the sky, another thunder tribulation spirit appeared. This time, it was 2 thunder tribulation giant pythons that pounced on him. At the same time, the 3 goshawks also pounced on Lu Yen. Now, he could only protect himself and was powerless to chase after Lu Ming. After a few explosions, Lu Yan's body was in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Wounds appeared on his body, looking extremely ferocious. If it weren't for his powerful flame spirit body and the tenacious vitality of an inferior earth spirit body, he would have been in danger. But in the sky, a few more thunder tribulation spirits appeared and attacked Lu Yen. In the end, a total of 9 thunder tribulation spirits surrounded Lu Yen and began to fight. Lu Yen did his best to fight the 9 thunder tribulation spirits. Hold on, I have to hold on. As long as I can hold on through this wave of lightning tribulation, I can escape with my life. Not only that, I can also use the 5th wave of lightning tribulation to train my spirit body and make it stronger. Lu Yen told herself as she exerted her strength to the peak and fought the thunder tribulation spirits. Lu Ming was also facing the siege of 6 thunder tribulation spirits, but he was much more relaxed than Lu Yen. The 3rd bloodline floated, and wisps of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated his true qi and used the suppressing Hell Heaven skill to fight the 9 thunder tribulation spirits. Every time Lu Ming punched, a thunder tribulation spirit would be sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming could also deliberately release some power of the thunder tribulation into his body to temper his spirit body. It's not enough. This level of thunder tribulation is enough to temper my spirit body, but it's not enough to temper my chaotic domain into a complete chaotic domain in one go. I need a stronger thunder tribulation. Lu Ming thought. If other people knew what Lu Ming was thinking, they would probably be angered to death. Others hoped that the lightning tribulation would be as weak as possible. However, Lu Ming felt that the lightning tribulation was not strong enough and wanted a stronger one. After all, this was already the 5th stage of the heavenly tribulation. Be destroyed. Lu Ming shouted softly. His body was suddenly filled with a layer of primal chaos. The embryonic form of the primal chaos domain was activated, greatly increasing Lu Ming's combat strength. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming punched out 9 times in a row. The 9 living beings formed by the thunder tribulation were instantly blasted apart, turning into wisps of lightning and disappearing. Heavens! In the distance, those who saw this scene were tongue-tied. All of a sudden, the 9 living beings formed by the thunder tribulation were scattered. This was too shocking. On the other side, Lu Yen was desperately resisting these attacks. He succeeded. This guy has passed the martial emperor tribulation. The 5th stage of the heavenly tribulation is really monstrous. If this guy grows up, he can compete with the top monstrous geniuses in the Tsang state. Yes, this person has such potential. This person seems to be a disciple of Dragon God Valley. Dragon God Valley has produced another monstrous genius. Lu Ming's performance made many people talk about it. There were also some people whose eyes flickered, thinking about how to deal with Lu Ming and eliminate this great enemy. Lu Yen was gasping for breath. Lu Ming defeated the 9 living beings in one fell swoop. The 9 living beings that besieged Lu Yen also disappeared. Lu Yen was extremely miserable at this moment. His body was covered with injuries and there were still bolts of lightning running around his body, making his aura extremely weak. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavenly tribulation was over. However, Lu Yen suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky should have dissipated. Why were they still there? Moreover, they had become stronger. Lu Yan's pupils suddenly widened. Yes, the tribulation clouds were tumbling, as if there was a wild behemoth roaring inside. The coverage of the tribulation clouds had expanded again, covering a radius of 400 miles. Endless thunder and lightning wandered in the tribulation clouds. The terrifying aura made the people watching from thousands of miles away gasp. Sixth heavenly tribulation, no, Lu Yen screamed hysterically. 6th heavenly tribulation, you came at the right time, haha. Lu Ming laughed loudly. In the distance, the people watching all widened their eyes in disbelief. It was actually the 6th heavenly tribulation. There was still a 6th heavenly tribulation. They originally thought that Lu Ming had passed this tribulation and it was over. But they didn't expect that Lu Ming's heavenly tribulation was beyond imagination. There was actually a 6th heavenly tribulation. The 6th heavenly tribulation was a legendary heavenly tribulation. At least in Song State, it hadn't appeared for a long time. Run. Lu Yen went completely crazy and fled outside frantically. However, Xiao. In the sky, a sword light slashed down towards Lu Yen. Puchi. One of Lu Yan's arms was cut off. The endless power of thunder and lightning turned the arm into ashes. The power of thunder and lightning crazily drilled into Lu Yan's wound, making it difficult for his wound to heal. Originally, with his flame spirit body, even if one of his arms was cut off, he could grow it back in an instant. At most, he would lose some yuan qi. But now, under the destructive power of thunder and lightning, he couldn't do it at all. Shio! Shio! Then, in the sky, 2 more weapons flew down. One was a saber, and the other was a spear. They were both made of thunder and lightning. The 6th heavenly tribulation weapon. No! Lu Yen tried his best to resist, but the power of the 6th heavenly tribulation had completely exceeded the scope of Lu Yan's strength. The heavenly tribulation saber slashed down and broke Lu Yan's heavy attack and defense. In the end, the heavenly tribulation spear pierced through Lu Yan's forehead. Lu Yan screamed and his whole body exploded, turning into flames that condensed a few miles away. At this moment, Lu Yan's face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. Just now, if he didn't have an inferior earth spirit body and a fire spirit body, he would have died. However, even if he escaped just now, the result was already doomed. Swish! In the sky, another saber slashed down. No! Lu Yen let out a long cry of unwillingness. He took one last look at Lu Ming. He hoped to see Lu Ming die under the heavenly tribulation as well. But he was disappointed. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. His whole body was covered in chaotic light as he fought against the heavenly tribulation weapon. With a punch, Lu Ming sent a heavenly tribulation weapon flying. The saber slashed down on Lu Yan's forehead. This time, Lu Yen could no longer recover. The destructive power of thunder and lightning destroyed his body and soul. Why? This was Lu Yan's last thought. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Why did he die under the heavenly tribulation in the end? Chapter 14:18. The people who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. Lu Yen carried the tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure and wanted to kill Lu Ming when he was transcending the tribulation. However, in the end Lu Ming was fine. As for him, he sacrificed himself and died under the heavenly tribulation. Lu Yen is unlucky to have met such a monster. Someone sighed. Many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Lu Yen was just unlucky. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary cultivator, or even if he had an innate spirit body, he would have been killed by Lu Yen in the heavenly tribulation. But Lu Ming was not an ordinary cultivator. He was a monster who attracted the 6th heavenly tribulation. Senior brother Lu Yen is dead. We have to report this matter to the other senior brothers. This person can't be left alive. Some of the heavenly god sect disciples at the scene discussed with each other and then left the place. Clang, clang. Lu Ming waved his fist and collided with the heavenly tribulation's combat weapons. Terrifying vibrations resounded through the sky. In the sky, all kinds of weapons were constantly striking down, but no matter how many heavenly tribulation combat weapons there were, they could not defeat Lu Ming. Good, this power is more like it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found that the power of the 7th heavenly tribulation could truly temper his chaotic domain. Every time he punched and fought against the heavenly tribulation combat weapons, there would be bolts of lightning that filled his body, helping him temper his spirit body. In his body, there were bursts of dragon roars, as if a true dragon was about to awaken. And every time he collided with the heavenly tribulation combat weapons, it was a tempering of his chaotic domain. He could feel that his primal chaos domain was transforming into a complete primal chaos domain. The 7th heavenly tribulation lasted for a long time, at least half an hour. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Ming's embryonic chaotic domain shrank and returned to his spirit soul. But then it spread out again. But this time, the chaotic domain was no longer in its embryonic form, but a complete chaotic domain. The chaotic domain finally broke through and became a complete chaotic domain under the tempering of the 6th heavenly tribulation. Boom! The complete primal chaos domain enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out, and a misty primal chaos light shot out, causing the tribulation weapons to explode. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was delighted. The complete primal chaos domain was too powerful. It was much more powerful than the embryonic primal chaos domain. At this time, the other Thunder Calamity soldiers in the sky also dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Have you passed the heavenly tribulation? Many people had the same question in their hearts. Who? At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to shrink and converge towards the center. Looks like he passed the lightning tribulation. This guy is incredible. He actually passed the 6th lightning tribulation. Impressive indeed, but his cultivation is only at the first layer martial dominator realm. The difference between him and the real geniuses is too great. Unless he manages to grow stronger, it's useless for him to die in the middle of his journey. The surrounding spectators began to discuss, believing that Lu Ming had finally transcended his heavenly tribulation. However, Lu Ming did not think so. He looked at the sky, and his eyes shone brightly. This was because he felt a strong pressure, which was several times stronger than that of the 6th lightning tribulation. There's more. Lu Ming whispered. The tribulation clouds within a radius of a few hundred miles continued to converge, and finally turned into a tribulation cloud with a radius of 30 miles. Crackle crackle, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the tribulation cloud, causing the sky to rumble. At this time, the spectators also realized that something was wrong. What's going on? The tribulation clouds did not dissipate, but gathered together. That kind of fluctuation is heart-palpitating. No way, there's still the 7th lightning tribulation? Those people guessed the final answer, and they were all stunned. The heavenly tribulation was not over, and there was still the 7th lightning tribulation. How could this be? No one had heard of anyone passing the 7th lightning tribulation in the Tsang prefecture for tens of thousands of years. There was a legend in the world that those who could pass the 7th lightning tribulation had the potential to become a great emperor. Although it was only the potential, it was already shocking enough. Ever since the disappearance of Emperor Tsang, no great emperor had been born in the vast Tsang prefecture. Every great emperor was a legend in the world. They were people who ruled over a region and ruled over the world. Such people had a long lifespan, and they were almost immortal. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become a great emperor. God, such a monster has appeared in the Dragon God Valley. I wonder if he can pass the tribulation. Look, it's the world refining tribulation bell. That's the world refining tribulation bell. Legend has it that the world refining tribulation bell only appears in the 7th lightning tribulation of the martial emperor tribulation. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared ahead. The tribulation clouds churned above Lu Ming's head, and countless lightning bolts gathered to form a bell. It was a huge lightning tribulation bell. Buzz. The huge bell vibrated and descended from the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not dodge the world refining tribulation bell. He was immediately enveloped by the world refining tribulation bell. There was a terrifying energy within the bell that enveloped Lu Ming. This was a refining power that could refine Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, circulating his quintessence. The primal chaos domain covered his entire body, blocking this refining power. However, this refining power was extremely mysterious. Although a portion of it was blocked by the primal chaos domain, a small portion still seeped into the primal chaos domain and even into the spiritual god. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The spiritual god was the weakest part of the human body. It was also the most crucial part. If the spiritual god was destroyed, it was equivalent to dying. The refining power poured into the spiritual god. Immediately, a tearing pain came from the spiritual god. This pain came from the soul, which was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the physical body. The power of refinement was actually able to refine even souls. Block it! Lu Ming roared, gritting his teeth and persevering. He knew that if he could not hold on, the spiritual god would collapse, and he would be completely refined by the world refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming finally encountered danger after transcending the tribulation. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the bell, resisting with all his might. There were at least hundreds of people watching from the outside. They were curious if Lu Ming could transcend the 7th tribulation. The 7th tribulation, the world refining tribulation bell, is extremely terrifying. It can refine everything. For tens of thousands of years, there have been geniuses in the Tsang prefecture who have faced such a tribulation, but they were all refined by the world-refining tribulation bell. That's right. It's too difficult to transcend the seventh tribulation. Some people sighed. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming was still persevering in the world-refining tribulation bell. At this moment, Lu Ming's appearance was extremely terrifying. All the muscles in his body seemed to have been corroded, leaving only a skeleton. The refining power had even begun to refine his bones. Chapter 1419. However, Lu Ming did not give up. He continued to resist and persevere. Time flew by quickly. 10 hours passed. Another 10 hours passed. Lu Ming's bones were about to be refined. Only the chaotic domain was still covering him. The soul fluctuation in the spiritual deity was extremely weak. As time passed, it became weaker and weaker. If Lu Ming's original soul power was equivalent to the moon, then Lu Ming's soul power was equivalent to a firefly. Another 10 hours passed. Lu Ming had been trapped in the world-refining calamity bell for 30 hours. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had completely disappeared. He had been refined by the world-refining calamity bell. Phew! At that moment, the black clouds in the skies slowly dispersed and disappeared. The world refinement calamity bell below also dissipated with a bang. As for Lu Ming, he was nowhere to be seen. There was no one in the sky. He had vanished into thin air. The heavenly tribulation has passed. Where is he? There is no one. It seems like this person did not pass the seventh stage of heavenly tribulation and was refined by the world-refining calamity bell. It's a pity that a monstrous talent of a generation died under the heavenly tribulation. I just said that no matter how monstrous a talent is, it's useless if he doesn't grow up. Sighs could be heard all around. Some people felt pity for Lu Ming. A monstrous talent of a generation had fallen under the heavenly tribulation. However, there were also people who were mocking and even gloating. Let's go. We have already wasted too much time looking for the treasure left behind by the great emperor. Some people spoke. Soon, there was no one left in this area. The sky was quiet. It was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. 2 hours later, a light spot suddenly lit up at the place where Lu Ming had just gone through the heavenly tribulation. At first, the light spot was still a little dim. However, it slowly became brighter and more resplendent. At first, it was like a firefly. Slowly, it became like a candle. Then, it became like the stars, the sun, and the moon. A terrifying attractive force was born from the light spot. The origin chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles gathered towards the light spot. The light spot was like a black hole, devouring the origin chi. Endless yuan chi converged as the light spot slowly took shape. It was a humanoid figure, a spiritual deity, Lu Ming's spiritual deity. Lu Ming hadn't died. He hadn't been refined. Earlier, when the tribulation clouds and the world-refining tribulation bell disappeared, it wasn't because Lu Ming had been refined and died. It was because Lu Ming had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ming was recovering. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. The origin energy within tens of thousands of miles was incredibly dense. Slowly, the origin energy around Lu Ming's spiritual divinity turned into liquid. The liquid wriggled and began to condense into a physical body. Lu Ming's physical body. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, an illusory image of 9 dragons appeared, then entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Half a day later, Lu Ming's body completely appeared in the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, a set of clothes appeared and he put them on. I finally endured it. What a terrifying world-refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Facing the corpse-refining tribulation bell, even Lu Ming had a narrow escape. In the end, he had endured it with his strong willpower. The world-refining tribulation bell was said to be able to refine the world. Its refining power was too terrifying. Not only could it refine the physical body, but it could also refine the spiritual deity and soul. However, after enduring it, the benefits were great. Lu Ming's current cultivation had completely surpassed the spiritual deity realm. He had entered the martial emperor realm. Now, he was in the early first layer of the martial emperor realm. Boom! Lu Ming got up and threw a punch. There was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. A fist force flew out and pierced a huge hole in a mountain peak. The hole was so big that it could be seen from front to back. This was the Yuan continent, the great emperor's mystic realm. It was not the godly ruins continent. Everything in the world was incomparably solid. Lu Ming could punch a hole in a mountain. How terrifying was his power! Moreover, it was only the strength of his physical body. There is actually a faint chaotic qi in my physical body. Lu Ming carefully sensed it, and a trace of amazement appeared in his eyes. Within his muscles and bones, there was a faint aura of primal chaos. Although it was very faint, it was indeed primal chaos. Lu Ming's spiritual body had also reached the level of an inferior earth spiritual body. It was the same as what was recorded in the divine dragon battle body. However, because of the chaotic qi in his physical body, Lu Ming's spiritual body was stronger than an ordinary inferior earth spiritual body. My soul has also been greatly enhanced and tempered. What made Lu Ming the happiest was his soul. He could feel that his current soul, be it in terms of toughness, strength, or soul power, was many times stronger than before. It was at least 10 times stronger. One was heaven and the other was earth. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, it was extremely difficult to enhance one's soul. It was more than 100 times more difficult than enhancing one's martial cultivation. The stronger the soul, the stronger the spiritual god's vitality. Even if the spiritual god was injured, it would not die easily. In short, Lu Ming had successfully broken through to the martial royal realm, and his strength had increased tremendously in all aspects. I wonder how my combat strength is now. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Lu Ming was confident that if he returned to the continent of God now, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill the 4th-level martial emperors of the continent of God. Of course, the martial royal realm of the Yuan continent was much stronger than the godly ruins continent. Lu Ming had not fought with them before, so it was hard to estimate. Also, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and faced the void. Phew! Suddenly, a terrifying devouring power erupted from Lu Ming's palm. The origin qi between heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lu Ming. Devouring power, the devouring power of the 9 dragons. According to the records of the Dragon God's battle body, the Dragon God's battle body that was formed from the 9 dragons retained the devouring power. Now, Lu Ming's body could erupt with devouring power at any time. It was more convenient than before. This way, my cultivation will be faster. Lu Ming smiled. With a thought, the devouring power disappeared. It has been more than 10 days since I entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. It's time for me to take action. I can't come to the Great Emperor's secret realm in vain. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the air, disappearing from the place. The Great Emperor's mystic realm was a plain. It was vast and boundless, and there were vast mountains everywhere. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. The mountains below him flashed past in a flash. There's a building. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a building halfway up a mountain. Lu Ming flew down. It was a palace. It looked very old, but it was in good condition. It was obvious that someone had lived in it in the past. Lu Ming stepped in. The palace was quiet and empty. Lu Ming walked around but found nothing. Even if there was something here, it must have been taken away by someone else. Chapter 1420. Next, Lu Ming saw a few places with buildings, but he didn't find anything after entering. There were also traces of fighting in some places. Obviously, someone had come earlier and taken the things in the palace. The Great Emperor's secret realm can't only be inhabited by the Great Emperor. It's said that there are many saints under the Great Emperor. As for the emperors, they're just servants. Lu Ming thought to himself. Even if he couldn't get the treasures left behind by the Great Emperor, it would be a great gain if he could get the treasures left behind by the saints. Obviously, the buildings that Lu Ming saw were the residences of the Great Emperor's subordinates. Soon, Lu Ming saw a cave dwelling in a valley. It was obviously a cave dwelling where a martial artist cultivated in seclusion. Lu Ming walked toward the cave dwelling. Just as Lu Ming was approaching the cave dwelling, a sword light shot out from the cave dwelling and went straight for Lu Ming's throat. The sword was sharp, and it was definitely an emperor. Clang. Lu Ming stretched out a finger and flicked it at the long sword. The long sword buzzed and vibrated violently before it was sent flying. "It's you, Lu Ming." A delicate voice sounded. Lu Ming looked and was stunned. "Lady Qiu." It was Qiu Yingying who attacked Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'm sorry. I thought it was someone else." Qiu Yingying looked at Lu Ming apologetically. "It's okay. Where's your brother?" Lu Ming asked. "My brother is cultivating inside. In this cave abode, there is a heavenly Dao mark left by an expert." Qiu Yingying said. "A heaven path mark?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right. You'll know when you come in." Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming nodded and entered the cave dwelling with Qiu Yingying. The cave dwelling was very spacious. There was a mark on one of the walls that seemed to have been carved by someone's finger. Lu Ming glanced at it and was deeply attracted. This mark was like the embodiment of the Great Tao. One could comprehend the profundities of the Great Tao from this mark. It was very difficult for martial emperors to raise their strength. First, he had to comprehend the domain. Domains were divided into 9 levels. It corresponded to the 9th layer of the martial emperor realm. Only when one's domain improved could one's cultivation increase. However, in order to increase one's cultivation base, one needed not only to refine one's true essence but also to refine one's spirit body. Therefore, every step forward in the martial emperor realm was not easy. As for these great Tao marks, they were carved into the stone walls by powerhouses when they were comprehending the heavenly Tao. Later generations could correspond to these marks and comprehend the heavenly Tao. From the heavenly Tao, they could comprehend their own domain and achieve the goal of improving their domain. After watching for a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Below the stone wall, a figure sat cross-legged, quietly comprehending. It was obvious that Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao had also passed the martial emperor tribulation and broken through to the martial emperor realm. Qiu Hao must have been comprehending the heavenly Tao marks and Qiu Yingying was guarding for him. Qiu Yingying attacked when she saw someone coming. "Miss Qiu, Brother Qiu is comprehending. Let's guard outside the cave. I'm afraid we'll disturb him if we stay here." Lu Ming said. "Okay." Qiu Yingying nodded and walked out of the cave with Lu Ming. They waited quietly outside the cave. About 3 hours later, Qiu Hao walked out of the cave. He was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. "Brother, you finished comprehending?" Qiu Yingying asked. "Yes. The heavenly Tao marks are not very profound. Moreover, with my comprehension ability, I can only comprehend up to this point." Qiu Hao nodded and sighed. "Brother Lu, go ahead and comprehend. I've already comprehended them before. Big brother and I will guard for you." Qiu Yingying said. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded and walked into the cave abode. He sat cross-legged under the notch and stared intently at it. Buzz. In Lu Ming's eyes, the notch began to change. It turned into wisps of Dao aura. It was extremely mysterious. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and verified it with his own chaotic domain. The chaotic domain was the king of all domains. However, no matter how mysterious it was still a part of the great path of heaven and earth. It also needed to be comprehended from the great path of heaven and earth. Gradually, Lu Ming entered an ethereal state. Primal chaos is the beginning of all things and also the end of all things. As time passed, Lu Ming's body emitted a layer of chaotic light. The Qiu siblings sat cross-legged outside the cave to guard Lu Ming. Suddenly, the siblings opened their eyes at the same time and looked into the distance. 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky and flew toward them. Then, the streaks of light faded and 2 young men appeared in the sky. "There's an ancient cave abode here. We're in luck." One of the young men smiled. The 2 of them descended from the sky and looked at Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. "We want this place. Get out of here." The other young man waved his hand casually. "We found this place first. Also, we have a friend who is cultivating inside." Qiu Yingying explained. "Nonsense. So what if you found it first? Get out of here with your friend." The young man from before scolded. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's faces darkened. The other party was too overbearing. They wanted to take the place as soon as they arrived and told Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao to get out of here. My friend is cultivating. When he's done, we'll leave. Qiu Hao said. Nonsense. We don't have time to wait for you. If you don't leave, you'll stay here forever. The young man from before said coldly. A domain spread out from his body. Whoosh! His body flashed and attacked Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. The other young man did not attack. He just watched with a sneer. Qiu Yingying. Falling flowers and flowing water. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao had no choice but to fight back. Both of them cultivated the water domain. Their domains spread out and formed numerous water dragons that wrapped around each other. People from the Divine Dragon Valley. Divine Dragon Valley is always going against the Divine Dragon sect. You're courting death. The young man from before snorted. He waved his hand and countless rays of light cut through the water dragons. He then attacked Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Domain martial technique. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's faces changed. They quickly spread out their domains and formed two water shields in front of them. Bam, bam, bam. The rays of light cut through the water shields. The shields shook violently and were on the verge of collapsing. The young man from before, who was from the Divine Dragon sect, pressed his palm down again. An even stronger ray of light burst out and pressed down on the Qiu siblings. Boom! This time, the water shield could no longer withstand the attack and exploded with a loud bang. The siblings let out a muffled groan as their bodies were sent flying. They crashed into the wall and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. How dare you stop me? You're courting death. The young man from the Divine Dragon sect strode toward the Qiu siblings, his face cold. I'll go in and have a look. Chapter 1421. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, the Heavenly God sect youth's expression changed. However, when he realized that Lu Ming was cultivating, his face was filled with surprise and ferocity. It's this brat. Even senior brother Lu Yen is no match for him. However, it's thanks to heaven's blessing that this brat is cultivating. As long as I kill this brat, the saintess will definitely look at me in a different light. The youth was overjoyed. His true chi burst forth as he sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still cultivating, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The terrifying palm strike instantly closed in on Lu Ming. At this moment, the light of primal chaos spread out from Lu Ming's body. The primal chaos domain automatically bloomed outwards. Boom! The youth's palm strike landed on the primal chaos domain. Immediately, his body shook violently. His expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He flew out of the ancient cave mansion's entrance and fell to the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted at a critical moment in their cultivation. Lu Ming got up and took a step forward, appearing outside the cave abode. Brother Lu. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao were overjoyed. Originally, they were extremely worried when they saw another person rush into the cave mansion. However, they could do nothing about it. Now that they saw Lu Ming come out unscathed, they were greatly relieved. It's him! When the youth outside saw Lu Ming, his heart trembled. They had seen Lu Ming from afar when he was going through his tribulation. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were terrified. Let's go! Without hesitation, they turned and ran. The youth who was injured by Lu Ming did the same. Where do you think you're going? Come here. Lu Ming's palm faced the air as he suddenly sucked. Buzz. A terrifying devouring power erupted from Lu Ming's palm and enveloped the two youths from the Heavenly God sect. They were originally flying forward, but after being enveloped by the devouring power, their bodies seemed to be frozen. Then they were pulled back by the devouring power. No! The two of them roared and attacked with all their might, trying to break through the devouring power. However, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and pressed down with his chaotic domain. Their bodies shook violently as they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were directly pulled back by the devouring power. Furthermore, their essence blood, true yuan, and blood were rapidly flowing out of their bodies, flying into Lu Ming's palm. "No, spare me." This situation caused the two of them to scream in fear. However, Lu Ming remained unmoved and continued to unleash his devouring power. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the two young men had turned into two dried corpses and died here. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao gasped. Firstly, he was shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The two young men from the Celestial Divinity sect had both passed the Imperial Tribulation and become Imperial Emperors. On top of that, they had practiced domain martial skills and were extremely strong. Even if the Qiu clan's brother and sister joined forces, they could not defeat one of them. However, in Lu Ming's hands, the other party did not have the ability to retaliate at all. Lu Ming killed the two of them without moving a single step. Secondly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's overbearing means of devouring them directly and turning them into dried corpses. After devouring their essence blood, Lu Ming began to refine it. Now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor and practiced the dragon god's combat body, his devouring power was much stronger than before. Soon, Lu Ming had almost finished refining the two men's essence blood. "It's really useless." Lu Ming shook his head secretly. The energy he devoured was still useful for increasing his true yuan and condensing his spiritual body. However, it was useless for improving his domain. Domains were different from Intent Realm. Intent Realm had intent runes. One could devour and refine them into one's own Intent Realm runes to improve one's own Intent Realm. However, domains were even more mysterious. They did not have substance and were just a kind of comprehension of a martial artist. They were illusory and could not be devoured and refined. Therefore, one had to rely on one's own comprehension to break through domains. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. He only needed to focus on improving his domain. The improvement of his true yuan was still dependent on the devouring power. This was a huge advantage compared to others. "Lu Ming, are you okay?" Qiu Yingying asked. "I'm fine. How about you?" Lu Ming asked. "We're just slightly injured. We'll be fine after some rest." Qiu Yingying said. "Lu Ming, continue to cultivate. We'll protect you." Qiu Hao said. Lu Ming shook his head and said, "There's no need. That heavenly Dao mark isn't too profound. I've already comprehended most of it. If I continue to comprehend it, I won't gain much in the short term. You'd better recuperate first." After the comprehension just now, the chaotic domain had improved a little. Not only was it completely stable, but it was also at the middle stage of the first level. Domains were divided into 9 levels. Lu Ming's cultivation could only break through to the second level of the Dao Martial Royal Realm if he cultivated the chaotic domain to the second level. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao sat cross-legged and took a healing pill to heal their injuries. 2 hours later, their injuries were almost healed. The three of them did not stay any longer. They soared into the sky and flew forward. Along the way, they came across some buildings and cave dwellings. However, they were all one step ahead of them. The three of them did not stop and kept moving forward. Not long after, they arrived at a vast land. There was a huge group of buildings in front of them. Many huge palaces stood on a piece of plain. From afar, Lu Ming and the rest could see figures flashing in those palaces. Many people were exploring this area. Such a large group of buildings. Could it be the great emperor's palace? Even if it's not, it must be the residence of a great figure. There must be treasures. Qiu Hao's eyes lit up. "Let's go down and try our luck," Lu Ming said. The three of them flew down and landed in front of a huge palace. Boom, boom. There was a shocking explosion in the palace. The three of them walked closer and saw 2 young men fighting fiercely. On the ground, corpses were strewn all over the place. Blood flowed continuously, and it had yet to dry up. "Hand over the treasure," one of the young men shouted and attacked the other young man crazily. "Don't even think about it. The treasure belongs to the fated. Since I got it, it means that I'm fated with the treasure." The other young man shouted, "Bullshit. If I kill you, the treasure will be fated with me." The first young man shouted. The two of them fought fiercely, and the palace cracked and collapsed. Obviously, a treasure had appeared and everyone was fighting over it. The corpses on the scene belonged to the prodigies who had entered the place, but they were all dead now. Let's go look elsewhere, Lu Ming said. The three of them turned around and walked toward the other palaces. Bush, bush, bush. Suddenly, numerous figures flew out from one of the palaces. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were young men who had entered this place. Their faces were deathly pale. But. The young men shouted, "Buzz!" Chapter 1422. Shrill screams rang out. Most of the 100 or so people had their bodies pierced by the black light. They fell to the ground while screaming, no longer breathing. Only a dozen or so people managed to escape with their lives. Almost 100 people had died in an instant. Lu Ming saw that half of the people had passed the martial emperor tribulation and become martial emperors. The rest were still martial emperors, but they had all died in an instant. The great emperor's secret realm was not simple. It was dangerous at all times. Not only did they have to face the attacks of others, but there were also dangers in the process of exploring. I just saw someone sitting inside. Indeed, there seems to be someone, but there is no aura of life. He is dead. There must be treasures. The dozen people who survived did not leave, but wandered around. This is a formation. However, it has been many years and is no longer complete. If we can find a gap, we might be able to enter. A young man who practiced inscription Dao looked around, looking for a gap in the formation. Lu Ming did the same. He looked around the palace. Although Lu Ming could not inscribe formations because his second body had not recovered, he shared the knowledge of the second body. In other words, his main body had the knowledge and insight of the second body. Even if he could not break the formation, he could still find a gap. Follow me closely, Lu Ming said to Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Then he strode forward. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao followed closely behind Lu Ming. On the other side, the other young men also started to look for a gap in the formation and stepped in. Lu Ming, you also know inscription Dao, but I didn't feel that you have a spiritual fire. Strange. Qiu Yingying looked at Lu Ming curiously as they walked. She found it strange. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. The three of them walked around. After a while, they finally passed through the formation and entered the hall of the palace. There is someone, Qiu Yingying said. There was a person sitting cross-legged in the hall. It was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. Unfortunately, she did not have the slightest bit of life force. Clearly, this was a corpse. Could this be someone from the Great Emperor's mystic realm? Great Emperor Tsong has been missing for 60,000 years. Could this person have also died 60,000 years ago? Qiu Hao guessed. Their hearts trembled. If this person had died 60,000 years ago and his body hadn't decayed yet, his cultivation base would be shockingly high. Sage. The three of them thought at the same time that only saints could maintain their bodies without decaying for so many years. Otherwise, even a top-grade ruler's body would have decayed after 60,000 years. How did this person die? There's no wound at all, Qiu Yingying said. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian was unable to find any wounds on the other party's body. His storage ring is also gone. Could it be that he was killed and his storage ring was taken away? But why is there no wound? Lu Ming also frowned, unable to figure it out. The few of them looked around. In the hall, there were some chairs and tables, but after so many years, they had already decayed and turned into ashes. Finally, their gazes fell on the woman's body. She was wearing a purple feather robe. At first glance, it was a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it still shone with a spiritual radiance. It was definitely a precious treasure. Since it was worn by a sage, it was very likely to be a sacred weapon. Sacred weapon. The few of their eyes lit up. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A few young men rushed in. As soon as they entered, their gazes fell on the woman. Sacred weapon. This is definitely a sacred weapon. It's priceless. The few young men's eyes were burning with passion. Then, their gazes fell on Lu Ming and the others, and a ferocious look flashed past their eyes. Kill these people and we'll split the spoils equally. How about that? One of the young men said. Sure. Kill. The few young men charged towards Lu Ming and the others at the same time. All sorts of powerful attacks were unleashed. These few people were very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the array earlier. When they attacked together, their power was shocking. Courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and a violent aura spread out from his body. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. Streams of fist energy swept across the void. The attacks of the few young men collapsed under Lu Ming's fist energy. The fist energy didn't stop and continued to attack the few young men. No, the few young men's faces changed drastically. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their screams were drowned by the fist energy. When the fist energy disappeared, the few young men's bodies had been penetrated by Lu Ming and they died on the spot. Ying, this feather robe is for women. Take it. Lu Ming said. How can I? Qiao Ying wanted to refuse. After all, they were just following Lu Ming. They relied on Lu Ming. They entered the hall and killed those people just now because of Lu Ming. She didn't do anything, but the treasure was hers. How could she accept it? It's fine. We can't use a woman's item. Take it. Lu Ming said. Qiao Ying pondered for a while and nodded. She bowed to the woman and took off the feather robe and put it into her storage ring. Then the three of them walked out of the hall. There's an underground palace up ahead. Let's go and have a look. There must be some great treasures there. The three of them heard the news as soon as they walked out of the hall. Streams of light streaked across the void and flew toward the depths of the buildings. An underground palace. The three of them looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Shall we go and have a look? Xiao Hao said. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them rose into the air and flew toward the depths of the buildings. Below them, the vast buildings flashed past in a flash. Soon, the three of them saw a dense crowd in the air ahead. There were at least a few thousand of them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. More than half of them emitted the aura of martial emperors. Most of the young people who had entered this time were at the peak of the 9 Heavens Supremes, especially the local youths. Therefore, they had all broken through to the martial emperor realm as soon as they entered. The rest of them had yet to reach the peak of the 9 Heavens Supremes, so they had yet to break through. The group of people looked ahead. Lu Ming and the others went forward and looked ahead as well. In front of them, a place on a plain had collapsed. A faint light spread out from it. It was a corner of a building. Judging from its shape, it should be the corner of a huge palace. The rest of the palace was still buried underground. From the conversations of the people around them, Lu Ming and the others learned that there had been a great battle here. The ground had collapsed and they had discovered the palace. Everyone, this palace is buried deep underground. It must be extraordinary. How about we dig it out? Chapter 1423. All right, I agree. Everyone chimed in. Facing such an underground palace, everyone was very tempted, wanting to go in and explore. All right, let's begin then. Then they began to dig. Everyone there was an expert with a high cultivation base, so it was not difficult for them to dig a palace. They broke open the ground and threw a large amount of rocks and soil into the distance. Soon, a huge palace was revealed in front of everyone. Rather than calling it a palace, it would be better to call it a fortress. The fortress was incomparably huge and magnificent. It was obvious that the person who lived in the fortress was extraordinary. Could it be the great emperor's palace? Someone guessed. There was a stone door in front of the fortress, but it was tightly shut. Someone slashed a sword light at the fortress wall, but the fortress did not budge at all. It did not even leave a mark. It seemed that the only way to enter the fortress was through the door. Boom! Someone slapped a palm print at the door. The door shook violently, but it did not open. Everyone, let's work together to break open the door. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, rays of light flew out from the crowd and blasted toward the door of the fortress. Rumble. The door shook violently and began to shake. It's working. Continue. Attack. More rays of light and attacks of various colors blasted toward the door. The door shook even more violently. Crack. Finally, the door creaked and slowly opened on both sides. A moment later, the door was completely open. It was pitch black behind the door. At that moment, many people stopped and looked around. Now that the door was open, the people who were working together just now would soon become enemies and competitors because everyone wanted the treasure. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt his heart palpitate for some reason. He had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. Just at this moment, a terrifying voice rang out from within the fortress. A heart-palpitating ripple was emitted from the door. Some of the young men standing at the front did not even have time to react before their bodies exploded. Oh no, retreat. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He pulled Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao and retreated frantically. Kill, kill, kill. Within the fortress, roars filled with boundless killing intent could be heard. Their voices were filled with an intense unwillingness to accept defeat. An invisible wave of energy swept out from the door. One by one, the bodies of the young men exploded into pieces. Run, run, run. The remaining people were scared out of their wits and frantically ran away. However, the invisible ripple was rapidly spreading. One by one, the young men let out blood-curdling screams. Amidst their screams, their bodies were torn apart. A wave of energy spread towards Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's heart to palpitate. Block it! Lu Ming set up his chaotic domain in front of him, covering Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao. At the same time, his glabella shone, and a lightning cauldron appeared in front of him. Clang! The lightning cauldron was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It shook violently and was sent flying. Then, the chaotic domain also shook violently. A terrifying force passed through the chaotic domain and acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale. However, with the help of this force, Lu Ming retreated thousands of miles with the Qiu siblings and finally dodged the invisible attack. It was obvious how terrifying the ripple was. First, it sent the lightning cauldron flying. Then, it passed through the chaotic domain and injured Lu Ming. The others were even more miserable. There were originally thousands of people, but almost all of them had died in that attack. Only a small number of people managed to survive by relying on powerful secret techniques and powerful secret treasures. They all looked at the fortress in fear. That fortress was simply a fortress that could take their lives. Could there be a supreme expert living inside? What was that roar just now? After roaring a few times, the roar stopped and did not continue. What's going on? Lu Ming and the others stood in the distance and looked at the fortress with fear. This fortress was too strange. They waited for a while, but now, the fortress was silent. There was no movement. Buzz. At that moment, a jade talisman suddenly appeared on Xiao Yingying's body. The jade talisman vibrated slightly, and then a light shield enveloped Xiao Yingying. What's going on? Xiao Yingying was shocked. In the next moment, the jade talisman took Xiao Yingying and flew toward the fortress in front of them. It flew through the gate of the fortress and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Yingying! Xiao Hao turned pale with fright. He hurriedly chased after them and disappeared through the gate. There was nothing unusual. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned. Why did a jade talisman suddenly fly out of Xiao Yingying's body and take her into the fortress? All of this happened so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. Let's go take a look. In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. The lightning cauldron floated above his head and covered his body with the chaotic field. He also flew toward the gate of the fortress. There was nothing unusual until he reached the gate. Lu Ming did not stop and flew directly into the gate. Some people in the outside world were shocked when they saw this scene. What's going on? Those people flew in, but they're fine. Maybe they're fine now, someone said. However, for a while, no one dared to go in. After a while, someone finally gritted his teeth and flew toward the gate. He flew into the gate and disappeared. Nothing unusual happened. Seeing this scene, more people flew in. Moreover, there were still people flying in from the distance. The fortress was very spacious and huge. After Lu Ming flew into the gate, a long passage appeared in front of him. After flying through the passage, he saw some forked corridors and passages. Where did Yingying and the others fly to? Lu Ming frowned, then randomly chose a passage and walked forward. On both sides of the passage, there were stone houses. Lu Ming walked into the first stone house and found nothing. When he walked into the second stone house, he finally found something. A skeleton. Lu Ming found a skeleton. The skeleton's bones were as white as jade. It was sitting cross-legged on the bed. It gave people the feeling that it suddenly died while cultivating cross-legged. Lu Ming guessed that it should be a ruler. Chapter 1424. After looking around for a while, Lu Ming left the place and went to the other stone huts. Lu Ming discovered some skeletons in these stone houses. They should be emperor-level skeletons. However, their storage rings were gone and Lu Ming did not find anything. Lu Ming walked along the passage and finally came to a secret room. There were a few boxes in the room. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he opened one of the boxes. Inside, there were some materials for refining weapons. Lu Ming was overjoyed after taking a closer look. That was because these materials were simply too precious. They were all materials that could be used to refine saint artifacts. If taken out, they would be priceless. Finally, he found something good. Lu Ming smiled and put the box of materials into the mountain river diagram. Next, Lu Ming opened the second big box. In the second box, there were also refining materials. They were all very precious and could be used to refine sacred weapons. Lu Ming put it away and looked at the third box. There were only 3 boxes here. The third box was the smallest. Are they all materials for refining weapons? Lu Ming thought to himself. He then opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a strange energy wave spread out. The energy wave was extremely mysterious, like the aura of the heavenly path. It was very similar to the aura of the heavenly path mark that Lu Ming saw in the ancient cave abode. It was the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lu Ming looked into the box. Inside the box were pieces of chaotic colored stones. Each of them was about the size of a fist. There were 100 of them in total. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he thought of something. He was surprised. Are these the heavenly path stones? Lu Ming's heart pounded. The heavenly path stones, as the name suggested, contained the aura of the heavenly path. It was said that they were born from chaos when the heavens and earth were first created. They contained the great Tao and were extremely precious. Martial dominators could use the heavenly path stones to comprehend and improve their domains. Even saints could use the heavenly law stone to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. However, there were too few heavenly Tao stones. They were born at the beginning of the world and were extremely rare. Every time one was used, there would be one less heavenly Tao stone. As time passed, the number of heavenly Tao stones became fewer and fewer, and their prices also became more and more precious. I'm rich, I'm rich. There are so many heavenly law stones here. Lu Ming was delighted. He counted and found that there were a total of 108 pieces. My primal chaos domain is extremely difficult to cultivate, and it takes a long time to improve. It's much slower than other domains, but with the heavenly law stone, my speed won't be surpassed by too much. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The power of the primal chaos domain and the emperor of myriad domains was astonishing, but there was a drawback. It was too difficult to cultivate. However, with the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming's comprehension speed would definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming kept the heavenly Tao stone in a storage ring. Lu Ming was afraid that if he kept it in the mountain and river diagram, it would be ruined by Dandan. After keeping the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming went out and continued to move forward. Not long after, there was light in front of him, and at the same time, there was a burst of medicinal fragrance. There was a medicinal fragrance. There were spiritual herbs. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he strode forward. Sure enough, there was a herb garden in front of Lu Ming. The rich medicinal fragrance kept drilling into Lu Ming's nose. There are so many spiritual herbs. This is the 1,000 chance fruit and jade snow lotus. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the place, his eyes revealing a scorching glow. At a glance, there were at least level 9 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming could see that there were a few semi-sage herbs. Semi-sage herbs were one step away from becoming sacred herbs. Lu Ming once bought a semi-sage herb that was about to lose its spirituality. It was still planted next to the tree of enlightenment. Now, it had completely recovered. However, there were at least 7 semi-sage herbs here. In the end, Lu Ming looked to the front. There was a small tree about a meter tall. It was sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color. There was a mysterious fluctuation coming from it. The ancient heavenly liquid tree. Lu Ming whispered with ecstasy in his eyes. This was a sacred herb, a real sacred herb. Even Saint Realm experts would break their heads if they saw it. The branches and leaves of the ancient heavenly liquid tree would produce a kind of spiritual liquid called heavenly liquid every once in a while. It was priceless and more effective than the water of life. Whether it was to restore true essence or heal injuries, it was very effective. There was a skeleton half squatting next to the ancient heavenly liquid tree, holding a jade bottle in its hand. It seemed that it was collecting the heavenly liquid tree. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the jade bottle. Sure enough, there was half a bottle of heavenly liquid in the jade screen. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, his figure flickered, and he collected all the level 9 spiritual herbs and semi-sage herbs on the scene. Finally, he uprooted the ancient heavenly liquid tree and planned to plant it in the mountain and river diagram. After collecting the spiritual herbs, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. First, Lu Ming went to his second body. After a few months of recuperation and with the help of a bottle of supreme-grade water of life, his body had finally recovered. However, his origin chi had not fully recovered and needed to rest. Lu Ming took out half a bottle of heavenly liquid. His second body took it and drank it in one gulp. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. Then Lu Ming stepped out and went to the place where Dandan and Bubbles were. The valley was originally full of spiritual herbs, but now, almost all of them had been eaten. Dandan and Bubbles were sleeping there. As if sensing Lu Ming's arrival, Dandan opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Lu Ming, do you have any more spiritual herbs? Give me some more. I'm about to recover." "Take them." Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs flew out. Each of these spiritual herbs was supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs. Moreover, they had been nurtured in the herb garden for at least 60,000 years. Their medicinal efficacy was amazing, far surpassing that of ordinary supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs. So many supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs. Boy, it seems that you have encountered another fortuitous encounter. Dandan's eyes lit up. He grabbed 2 of them and stuffed them into his mouth. Chirp chirp, a white light flashed. Bubbles had woken up at some point. He grabbed a few spiritual herbs and gnawed on them. "With these spiritual herbs, you should be able to recover, right?" Lu Ming said, his heart aching. If he sold these spiritual herbs, he would definitely be able to get a lot of origin stones. "Well, with these spiritual herbs, it's about time. If there are more, I will be able to level up," Dandan muttered, stuffing spiritual herbs into his mouth as he spoke. "Oh, then these are for you too." Lu Ming took out the 7 semi-sage herbs. If Dandan and Bubbles could level up, they would be of great help to him. Naturally, he was willing to give them to them. Chirp chirp, these are semi-sage herbs. 7 of them. Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up. He kicked his limbs and pounced on Lu Ming. Bam! Chapter 1425. "Ah, little one, you're pissing me off. How dare you kick me?" Dandan roared and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder, gnashing its teeth and glaring fiercely at Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble burped, blinked its big black eyes, and looked at Dandan innocently, which made Dandan so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Come, here are 6 half-saint herbs, 3 for each of you." Lu Ming gave the 6 half-saint herbs to Dandan and Bubble respectively. "That's not fair. Why do I only get 3? This little one gets 4. Dandan shouted. "Go away. How old are you? Don't you find it shameful to be so serious with Bubble?" Lu Ming had a look of disdain. Chirp chirp, Bubble took the 3 half-saint herbs, stuffed them into his mouth, and wriggled in Lu Ming's arms. Dandan's face turned blue with anger. He took the 3 half-saint herbs and ran away. Then, Lu Ming took out the ancient heavenly liquid tree. Swish. As soon as the ancient heavenly liquid tree was taken out, Dandan rushed over in an instant and said with wide eyes, "Nest, sacred herb, a real sacred herb. Hey, this is the ancient heavenly liquid tree. It's different from other sacred herbs. It's a waste to swallow it directly. If you dare to touch it, I'll cook you." Lu Ming stared at Dandan. He was a little afraid that this guy would swallow the ancient heavenly liquid tree while he was away. How can that be? Puma, how can I steal sacred herbs? Moreover, the ancient heavenly liquid tree's heavenly liquid is priceless. Swallowing it directly won't have any effect. I know. Dandan smiled brightly, but his eyes still glanced at the ancient heavenly liquid tree from time to time. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to Dandan. He found a place and planted the ancient heavenly liquid tree. After that, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram. This place is definitely the residence of an expert. Even if he's not a martial monarch, he's still a formidable expert. Let's search carefully. Lu Ming left the medicinal plant garden and proceeded along the passageway. Before long, he saw quite a few passageways that forked off into different directions. He randomly picked one and began to search for treasures in the fort. During this period, he saw many skeletons. The bones were sparkling and translucent, and they were all the skeletons of rulers. Nonetheless, the strange thing was that these skeletons were intact. They did not seem to have experienced a great battle when they were alive, so he did not know how they died. Moreover, he didn't see any storage rings. Lu Ming explored along the way and gradually approached the center of the fortress. In the center of the fortress was a large hall. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place. More than a dozen young men and women surrounded the two of them. The two people who were surrounded were Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. At this moment, Qiu Yingying was sitting cross-legged with a layer of holy light emanating from her body. She looked solemn as if she had fallen into an ethereal state. As for Qiu Hao, he held a shield in his hand, and a golden bell floated above his head. The shield and the golden bell both emitted rays of light, and a mysterious and unfathomable aura leaked out. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rays of sword light pierced toward Qiu Hao from the left and the right. They were as fast as lightning, and their power was shocking. Buzz. The golden bell above Qiu Hao's head buzzed, and 2 rays of light scattered down, destroying the 2 rays of sword light. A sacred weapon is indeed powerful. One of the young men said, "Everyone, let's attack together. That woman has obtained the inheritance of an expert here, and that man has obtained 2 sacred weapons. The sacred weapons are extremely powerful. 1 or 2 of us won't be able to defeat this kid." A red-faced young man said, "That's right. Let's attack together." The others chimed in. The dozen of them were all first-layer martial royal realm cultivators. Their auras made Qiu Hao's face turn serious. "Kid, you'd better hand over the sacred weapons. You can't take them for yourself. Also, interrupt that woman's inheritance and force her to hand it over." The red-faced young man said coldly. He looked at Qiu Yingying with a greedy look. This woman was too lucky to have obtained the inheritance of this place. The owner of this place was definitely a powerful expert. Who wouldn't want the inheritance of such an expert? Don't even think about it. If you interrupt my sister's inheritance, she will be severely injured or even killed. If you want to interrupt her, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Qiu Hao shouted angrily. He held the shield in his hand, and the golden bell above his head buzzed. "Humph, kid, don't think you're so great just because you've obtained 2 sacred weapons. You've just obtained them and have yet to refine them. Moreover, with your cultivation, how much power can you unleash? You won't be able to stop us." The red-faced young man sneered. "Let's see who dares to touch the people of the Divine Dragon Valley." At that moment, a voice came from a passage at the side of the hall. Then, a group of people appeared in the hall. There were more than 20 of them. Their auras were released. They were all martial royal realm experts. The Divine Dragon Valley. Qiu Hao's eyes lit up. He quickly shouted, "Senior brothers, save us. It's you." A chuckle came from the group of people from the Divine Dragon Valley. A figure stepped out. The person was wearing a silver robe and had a cold expression. If it wasn't Yin Feng, who else could it be? Yin Feng. Qiu Hao's face turned pale. What's going on? Yin Feng strode out. The other young men and women looked pale. With so many people from the Divine Dragon Valley, it would be difficult to deal with them. We found the treasures and inheritances here together. Don't you think the Divine Dragon Valley is too greedy to take them all for yourselves? The red-faced young man said in a deep voice. Inheritances? Treasures? Yin Feng glanced at Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao and understood what was going on. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. The two of you are quite lucky. One of you obtained the inheritances and the other a sacred weapon. Now, give me the sacred weapons. Yin Feng said. Give them to you? Qiu Hao's face turned pale. That's right. Give them to me. Can you keep them? Also, stop your sister's inheritance immediately. How can she accept the inheritance of such an expert? Yin Feng said with disdain. No, I can give you the treasures, but I can't stop Yingying's inheritance. Qiu Hao gritted his teeth. No. Yin Feng's face turned cold and he said, if you don't hand them over, then you can deal with it yourselves. Yin Feng snickered and walked to the side with the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley as if it had nothing to do with them. You. The elder said that the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley must be united and help each other. You are just leaving us in the lurch. Qiu Hao looked warily at the red-faced young man and shouted at the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. United? Of course we will be united, but you are just ants on an uncivilized island. What right do you have to be united with us? Plus, you want to take the treasures and inheritances. What a joke. Yin Feng snickered. Yin Feng seemed to have a high status in the Divine Dragon Valley. The others looked at Qiu Hao and Qiu Yingying indifferently and didn't have any intention to help. Chapter 1426. Damn it. Qiu Hao cursed in his heart. Yin Feng and the others were despicable. They were trying to force Qiu Hao and Qiu Yingying to hand over the treasures and the succession. Qiu Yingying could be forced to hand over the treasure, but she had to be focused on receiving the inheritance. It would be very dangerous for her to be interrupted by force. Qiu Yingying would be destroyed. He would never agree to this. Even if he had to die. Qiu Hao stood in front of Qiu Yingying with a shield and a golden bell floating above his head. Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The red-faced young man said coldly. Who do you want to fulfill your wish? At that moment, a clear voice could be heard in the hall. Before he finished speaking, there was a flash of light, and a figure broke through the encirclement and appeared beside Qiu Hao. His speed was shockingly fast, and not many people saw how he appeared. Lu Ming. Qiu Hao blurted out instinctively. That's right. The person who had appeared was Lu Ming. He had been walking around aimlessly in the fortress. When he arrived, he saw the scene in the hall and appeared beside Qiu Hao with the wind origin skill. Yin Feng? Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng and the people of Dragon God Valley. The people of Dragon God Valley stood aside, clueless about what had happened. Lu Ming, it's like this. Qiu Hao briefly explained what had happened earlier and Lu Ming understood what was going on right away. Despicable. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng. It's this kid. Hee, let's see how you're going to die this time. Yin Feng was stunned when he saw Lu Ming, then he smiled coldly. Before he had broken through to the martial emperor level, he was no match for Lu Ming. However, now that he had broken through to the martial emperor level, his spirit body had transformed into an inferior earth spirit body. He was confident that he could crush Lu Ming. Kid, are you going to interfere? The red-faced young man looked at Lu Ming. What do you think? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Lu Ming scolded coldly. Arrogant. You want to get involved in this matter alone? You're courting death. I'll kill you first. The red-faced youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A blood-red sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. This person was a disciple of the Blood Demon House, one of the 13 top sects in the Tsang province. Clang. Lu Ming flicked his finger and deflected the blood-red sword light. At the same time, his body moved and he punched the red-faced young man. How could this be? The red-faced youth's sword light was sent flying by Lu Ming's flick of a finger. This startled him. The long sword in his hand flashed, and dozens of sharp blood-red sword lights burst out, stabbing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's fist energy crushed through the red-faced youth's sword light. Then, the fist energy landed on the red-faced youth's body. The red-faced youth screamed as his body was sent flying. His body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. There was no trace of life left in him. Lu Ming's punch had scattered the spiritual deity within the red-faced young man's body. At the side, the other youths were shocked. Killing the red-faced youth with a single punch had shocked them. Who else wants to die? Lu Ming glanced at the other youths. The youths' faces changed. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill him with more than 10 of us working together. A youth growled. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming appeared beside him and punched him. This person was dead. Who else? Lu Ming said calmly. Cold, killing intent filled the air, causing the remaining youths' faces to turn pale. Innate spiritual body. This person must have an innate spiritual body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong combat strength. They growled in their hearts, believing that Lu Ming had an innate spiritual body. Once an innate spiritual body broke through to the martial royal realm, the spiritual body would undergo a transformation. The worst-case scenario would be an inferior earth spiritual body. Their combat strength would be strong enough to crush martial artists of the same level. This guy, at the side, Yinfeng's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming had also broken through to the martial royal realm and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Yinfeng did not take him seriously. He could also kill a martial artist of the same level with a single move. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded. The youths' faces turned pale, but they could only retreat helplessly. However, they only walked to the side and did not leave. They could tell that Yinfeng and his group were not on good terms with Qiu Hao and her sister. They would not give up so easily. They might be able to take advantage of the situation later. Why aren't you leaving? Lu Ming looked at Yinfeng and his group. Yinfeng's face darkened. He harumphed and said, Lu Ming, do you think you can keep these treasures and inheritances? You'd better give them to us. We'll help you bring them out and hand them over to the sect. Hand them over to the sect? We'll do it ourselves. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant just because you have some strength. I'll see what makes you so confident that you can keep these treasures. Yinfeng stepped forward and a powerful aura spread out from his body. Loser, you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming said in disdain. Times have changed. Lu Ming, today, I'll let you see the difference between us. Yinfeng's body glowed with silver light. A dragon roar resounded throughout the hall. Silver light spread out from his body and turned into a silver dragon that coiled around his body. Silver Dragon War Body. A terrifying spiritual body. Silver Dragon Star Fist. Yinlong yelled. His body was like a beam of silver light as he charged toward Lu Ming. The Silver Emperor Spirit Weapon Glove on his fist exuded a dazzling glow. The fist force blasted out and the space shook violently. Boom. Lu Ming was very casual. He took a step forward and punched out. This punch did not have any abnormalities. It was ordinary. The two fists collided. It was like two meteors colliding. The terrifying sound waves caused the hall to rumble violently. Then, a figure retreated continuously. It was Yinfeng. He retreated 7 steps. With each step, the hall rumbled as if it was shaking violently. Impossible! Yinfeng's eyes flashed with disbelief. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, his spiritual body reached the low-grade Earth spiritual body. It was incomparably powerful. With the addition of his domain and Emperor Spirit Weapon, he originally thought that he could crush Lu Ming. But now, with just one move, he was completely at a disadvantage. And from the looks of it, Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. Low-grade Earth spiritual body, you lowly ant, how can you cultivate a low-grade Earth spiritual body? Yinfeng roared. You think you're noble? Low-grade Earth spiritual body, you think you're great? I'll let you know that even if we're both low-grade Earth spiritual bodies, you're not worth mentioning in front of me. Lu Ming said coldly and took a step forward. With one step, the hall rumbled. Lu Ming came in front of Yin Feng. His body was like a dragon, twisting and swaying. A powerful force followed his arm and punched out. "Explode for me!" Yin Feng roared. The aura on his body began to surge wildly again. Chapter 1427. Yin Feng's aura was shocking. He had reached the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm. The Great Emperor's mystic realm had only been open for a dozen days, and Yin Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm. However, it was not hard to understand. A genius like Yin Feng, who had lived in the Yuan continent since he was young, had reached the peak of the Martial Royal Realm. The reason why he had not broken through to the Martial Royal Realm was because he had been suppressing it to enter the Great Emperor's mystic realm. They had been suppressing it for too long and had accumulated too much. Once they broke through to the Martial Royal Realm, their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. It was normal for them to reach the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm in a dozen days. It would not take long for them to break through to LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Yin Feng unleashed his full strength to fight against Lu Ming. The two fists collided and a bell rang. However, the result was the same. Although Yin Feng had unleashed his cultivation, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to retreat. Lu Ming did not even use the chaotic realm. He only used the dragon god's battle body and the health suppressing skill. Although Lu Ming's spiritual body was the same as Yin Feng's, a low-tier spiritual body, Lu Ming had been trained by the world-refining Calamity Bell. There was a trace of chaotic qi in his body, which made Lu Ming's spiritual body stronger than an ordinary low-tier spiritual body. It was close to a medium-tier spiritual body. Boom, boom. Lu Ming continued to throw out punches. He was like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing Yin Feng. Yin Feng's body shook violently. He kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were shocked. Yin Feng had an innate spiritual body. Now that he had evolved into a low-tier spiritual body, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the young man from the desolate island, was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. "What? Is this all you've got? Is this the source of your confidence? Don't you want to show me the difference between us?" Lu Ming mocked. Yin Feng let out a beast-like growl. He was too sullen. He had been suppressed by Lu Ming when he was at the Martial Royal Realm. And Lu Ming spoke. At his spine, a blood-red light flashed. From his third bloodline, a strand of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of blood-red light, and a boundless killing intent enveloped Yin Feng. Being shrouded by the endless killing intent, Yin Feng shuddered violently. Boom! Borrowing the power of his third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength greatly increased. When his fist collided with Yin Feng's fist again, a cracking sound rang out from Yin Feng's arm. His arm was completely deformed. Yin Feng let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Suppress!" Lu Ming pressed down with his hand, and the phantom of the suppressing hell monument appeared on his arm, pressing down on Yin Feng. Bang! Yin Feng raised his arms and resisted with all his might. However, he was pressed down by Lu Ming's palm, causing Yin Feng to kneel down. With a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground in front of Lu Ming. "Even if you want to beg for mercy, you don't need to be so courteous, do you?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Arg, I'm going to kill you." Yin Feng's eyes were red. He let out an angry roar and struggled frantically. Last time, he was stepped on by Lu Ming 9 times in a row. He had become the laughingstock of Dragon God Valley and was ridiculed by his competitors. Now, he was kneeling in front of Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away in his lifetime. Even if he were to rise up in the future and rule the world, this incident would be a stain in his life. He was furious, he roared, and he couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. The sole of his foot was imprinted on Yin Feng's face again. Yin Feng let out a scream and slid out along the floor. Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Yin Feng, wanting to step on him again. "Enough!" A voice came from the crowd of Dragon God Valley. Then, a figure rushed out at an astonishing speed. bush, bush, bush. The figure instantly clawed out 9 times. 9 blood-red dragon claws clawed at Lu Ming. The claw wind whistled and its power was shocking. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he was hit by the dragon claws, he would be smashed to pieces. Lu Ming listened to the sound and struck out 9 times. His palms were covered by the chaotic domain and clashed with the 9 blood-red dragon claws. Bam, bam, bam. After 9 consecutive explosions, Lu Ming's figure was stopped. The figure borrowed the force and floated back dozens of meters. Second-level martial royal realm. Lu Ming was shocked and looked at the other party. It was a young man in his 20s. He looked younger than Lu Ming and was very handsome. Furthermore, he had eye-catching blood-red hair that was tied up casually. He Yu. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he recognized this person. There were 13 top sects and factions that had entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. There were many geniuses and experts. This was especially so for the local geniuses. They had received the best training since young and many of them had innate spiritual bodies. They were extremely powerful. However, there were still leaders among these people who suppressed the rest. The leader of Dragon God Valley was the person in front of him, Hiyu. Lu Ming had heard people talking about this on their way to the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Therefore, Lu Ming recognized this person. This person was indeed powerful. He had only entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm for a short while and his cultivation had already broken through to the second-level martial royal realm. It was shocking. Hiyu, help me kill him. Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted hysterically. He was about to go crazy. Lu Ming, your battle strength is admirable. Let's fight another day. Let's go. Unexpectedly, Hiyu did not continue the battle. Instead, he retreated. Hiyu, what are you doing? Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted. Nonsense. Hiyu glanced at Yin Feng coldly, before grabbing him and entering a path. The geniuses of Dragon God Valley exchanged glances with one another, before following Hiyu out of the place. After walking for a while, Hiyu, why didn't you kill that bastard and take the treasure? Yin Feng still did not give up and asked. Because even if I were to attack, I'm not confident that I can defeat this Lu Ming. Hiyu came to a stop and said in a serious tone. What? The people of Dragon God Valley, including Yin Feng, were stunned. After a while, Yin Feng said, how is that possible? Your cultivation has already broken through to the second-layer martial royal realm, and your innate spiritual body is at the mid-tier earthly spiritual body. How is it possible that you can't defeat that kid? Hiyu frowned as if he was in deep thought. After a while, he let out a sigh and said, this Lu Ming is giving me a dangerous feeling. He did not use his full strength in the previous exchange. I have a feeling that if we were to fight to the death now, I would be the one to die. What? Yin Feng and the others were stunned once again. They found it hard to believe. Hiyu, the peerless genius of Dragon God Valley, believed that he was no match against Lu Ming. How was this possible? Chapter 1428. Let's go. Let's not provoke him in the Great Emperor's mystic realm for now. Once my cultivation improves, I'll have full confidence. Hiyu said as he strode forward. Lu Ming watched as Hiyu and the others left. He did not chase after them. He was not afraid of Hiyu, but he was afraid of unnecessary trouble. Now, Qiu Yingying was trying her best to receive the inheritance. If he fought with Hiyu, it would cause too much of a commotion and affect Qiu Yingying's inheritance. Seeing that Hiyu and the others had left, the onlookers did not dare to stay any longer. They all took to their heels and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and Lu Ming were left in the hall. Lu Ming, you saved us again. Thank you. Qiu Hao walked to Lu Ming's side and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude. During this period of time, the siblings had been saved by Lu Ming many times. Otherwise, they did not know what would have happened to them. He was naturally very grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and said, there's no need to be so polite. We're friends, aren't we? Since I met you, do you want me to stand by and do nothing? Lu Ming said it casually, but Qiu Hao was even more grateful. By the way, Lu Ming, I obtained 2 sacred weapons here. You can have the shield. Qiu Hao handed the shield to Lu Ming. "Brother Qiu, this is your opportunity. Why are you giving it to me?" Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Sacred weapons were very precious. To be honest, Lu Ming was also very tempted. However, this was Qiu Hao's opportunity. Lu Ming would naturally not steal it from someone else. "Lu Ming, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to keep these two sacred weapons. This golden bell is very compatible with me, but this shield is not very compatible with me. Perhaps it's more suitable for you." Qiu Hao insisted on giving the shield to Lu Ming. Seeing Qiu Hao like this, Lu Ming could only take the shield. "It's so heavy." Grabbing the shield, Zhang Xian felt a slight weight on his palm. Lu Ming had cultivated the dragon god battle body and was extremely strong. However, this shield still made him feel slightly heavy. Its weight was astonishing. The shield exuded a mysterious fluctuation, which was somewhat similar to the air-frozen bead and thunder cauldron that Lu Ming had obtained. A saint artifact shield is definitely a rare treasure. Lu Ming also liked it a little. If he took the shield out, it would be invaluable. Immediately, Lu Ming and Qiu Hao sat cross-legged on either side of Qiu Yingying and began to refine their respective saint weapons. True essence poured into the shield, and the shield hummed lightly, emitting a buzzing sound as it emitted a brilliant light. Not long after, the shield shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's forehead, disappearing without a trace. The shield could be considered to be at the initial stage of refinement. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to completely refine the shield, nor was it possible for him to unleash the full power of the shield. This was a saint weapon. Just like the Thunder Cauldron, Lu Ming had the Thunder Cauldron for many years, but he could only unleash a small portion of its power. The difference in their cultivation was too great. Lu Ming stood up and saw that Qiu Hao was still refining the golden bell. The golden bell floated above Qiu Hao's head, emitting rays of light that enveloped Qiu Hao. After a while, the golden bell turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared into Qiu Hao's forehead. He had also begun to refine it. Buzz. At this moment, a powerful fluctuation came from Qiu Yingying's body. So powerful! Facing this fluctuation, Lu Ming felt like he was facing a Saint Realm expert. The terrifying pressure made him feel like he was about to suffocate. However, as soon as the fluctuation came out, it quickly retracted into Qiu Yingying's body and disappeared. At this moment, Qiu Yingying opened her eyes. "Yingying, did you succeed?" Qiu Hao looked at Qiu Yingying expectantly. "Yes." Qiu Yingying nodded. Qiu Hao was overjoyed. "Lu Ming, thank you for saving me." Qiu Yingying bowed to Lu Ming. Although she had been receiving the inheritance, she still had a vague sense of what was happening in the outside world. She knew that Lu Ming had saved them. Otherwise, Qiu Yingying would have been lucky if she could keep her life, let alone receive the inheritance. "You're welcome." "Yingying, why were you suddenly brought in? What happened?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "It's that jade pendant. When I first entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm, I got it by accident. I didn't know what it was for, so I kept it with me. I didn't expect it to be the key to the inheritance. I received the inheritance with this jade pendant." Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming sighed. This was an opportunity. "Yingying, did you get any useful information from the inheritance?" Qiu Hao asked curiously. "I haven't fully digested the inheritance. I just received it, so I don't know much. I only know that it's the inheritance of an absolute saint senior." Qiu Yingying said. "Absolute saint." Lu Ming and Qiu Hao were shocked. An absolute saint was close to becoming a great emperor. They were happy for Qiu Yingying to receive the inheritance of an absolute saint. However, I received an important piece of information from the inheritance. It's about Emperor Tsang. It said that 7 types of inheritances will appear. Once 7 rainbow bridges break through the void, Emperor Tsang's palace will appear. Qiu Yingying said. 7 types of inheritances? That's easy to understand. Yingying, you're one of them. But what do you mean by 7 rainbow bridges? Lu Ming frowned. Qiu Yingying shook her head, indicating that she had no idea. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. I'm afraid that the other places have already been searched, Lu Ming said. Immediately, the three of them headed out. After making many turns, the three of them exited the fortress. Buzz. As soon as the three of them got out of the fortress, the entire fortress shook violently. Rays of light shone from above. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, the light gathered on the fortress, forming an incomparably huge rainbow. It pierced through the void and extended to an unknown place, disappearing into the vast sky. Rainbow Bridge. That's the Rainbow Bridge. Qiu Hao exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Rainbow Bridge. Now they understood. It seemed that there were 7 types of inheritances in this secret realm. Every time someone received an inheritance, a rainbow bridge would be activated that led to the depths of the void. When the 7 rainbow bridges converged, Emperor Tsong's palace would appear. Bush, bush, bush. The fortress shook, and many young people in the fortress flew out. They looked at the rainbow bridge in the sky in confusion. What's going on? Many people looked at each other. Let's go and find the next inheritance, Lu Ming said. They naturally would not explain it to others. The three of them flew into the sky and left the place. Not long after they flew out, a rainbow light suddenly broke through the void in the distance. Rainbow Bridge. Another rainbow bridge. Obviously, someone had received the inheritance. One end of the 2 rainbow bridges broke through the void in the same direction. Chapter 1429. Everyone in the great emperor's mystic realm began to search for the inheritances frantically. The next inheritance must be mine. I must get the next inheritance. Many youths looked determined and confident, especially the leaders of the 13 sections. Their eyes shone brightly. These leaders were only the leaders of this batch who had entered the mystic realm. They were not the leaders of the younger generation in their sections. Many of the younger generation in the various sects had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Most of the geniuses were in the martial emperor realm. Some of them were even more talented than them. The great emperor's mystic realm was their opportunity. If they could obtain an inheritance, they would be able to compete with the younger generation in the future. Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Qiu Hao flew aimlessly. They did not have any clues to find the inheritance. They could only rely on luck. In front of them, a few rays of light were flying in the same direction. The three of them did not pay much attention to it. However, from time to time, they would see rays of light flying in the same direction. The three of them were curious. At that moment, another figure flew past. Lu Ming stopped him. What a coincidence! This person was also a disciple of the divine Dragon Valley. There might be an inheritance in front of us. This Dragon God Valley disciple only left behind a sentence and hurriedly left. An inheritance? The three of their eyes lit up. It seemed that another person had found an inheritance. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. The three of them flew in that direction. After flying for more than an hour, the terrain gradually became desolate. Although the terrain was flat, there was no vegetation. The three of them continued to fly. There's someone in front. Qiu Yingying pointed ahead. There was a person lying there motionless. The three of them flew over and found that the person was dead. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. How did this person die? There's no wound. Qiu Hao checked and said, It's in his dantian. Lu Ming discovered an extremely tiny hole in the clothes of this person's dantian. After unbuttoning this person's clothes, he discovered that there was also an extremely tiny hole in this person's dantian. It seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon. It was a fatal blow. Even the spirit god did not manage to escape. The three of them checked it out and continued forward. However, not long after, the three of them stopped again. That was because this time, they saw several corpses at once. After examining them, they found that the cause of death for each of the corpses was the same. Their dantian had been pierced by a sharp weapon, and they were killed with a single strike. Judging from their lingering auras, these people should be Jizuan realm cultivators. The three of them continued on their journey, but soon, the three of them were shocked. Corpses. The road was littered with corpses. In one place, there were more than 1,000 corpses. Each corpse had died in the same way. Their dantians were all pierced. Among these people, some were even rulers. As they moved forward, they saw even more corpses. In total, there were more than 5,000 corpses. All of these people were geniuses. Any single one of them would be a top existence if they were to be placed in the continent of God. But now, they were all dead without a single sound. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Yuan continent was indeed many times more dangerous than the godly ruins. Where is this place? Why is it so evil? Qiu Yingying's face turned pale. What kind of existence can kill so many people? Moreover, their wounds are all the same. This is unbelievable. Qiu Hao's heart was pounding. Such a scene was too evil. Anyone would be scared. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard in front of them. A figure rushed into the sky and then swooped down. Get lost, get lost. The figure roared. The battle saber in his hand slashed out rays of saber light in all directions. Its power was extremely shocking. He's so powerful. He's not weaker than Yin Feng. Qiu Yingying exclaimed. Such a powerful figure seemed to be in mortal danger at this moment. He was killing and slashing out dazzling saber light. Ding, ding. When he slashed out with his saber light, there was a clanking sound in the air. That's a type of butterfly. Qiu Yingying suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed. At the same time, Lu Ming and Qiu Hao also saw it. It was a type of butterfly that was almost transparent. It was shockingly fast. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it. Moreover, this butterfly had two sharp thorns on its tail that looked like two tiny swords. The sword-tail disc. Those three words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The sword-tail disc was an extremely terrifying insect. These ferocious insects were transparent, and their speed was astonishing. They came and went without a trace. Moreover, there were two sword-like spikes on their tails. These spikes had terrifying attack power and penetrating power. Moreover, they were extremely fast. Ordinary people would be pierced by the spikes before they could even discover them, dying miserably on the spot. That was how the sword-tail disc got its name. Lu Ming finally knew how those people died. They were killed by the sword-tail disc. At this moment, the person in front of them was surrounded by hundreds of sword-tail discs. He tried his best to defend himself. When he saw Lu Ming and the others, his eyes lit up and he rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. This guy wants to drag us down with him. A golden bell appeared above his head and scattered a light screen that enveloped him. On Qiu Yingying's body, a feather robe emitted light and covered her. Go back. Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch at the young man. The terrifying fist force drowned the young man. How dare you? The young man shouted angrily. Lu Ming curled his lips. This person wanted to drag them down with him, but Lu Ming didn't dare to fight back. Boom. The young man had no choice but to slash with his saber. It hit Lu Ming's fist force and sent the young man flying with a loud bang. Bush, bush. At the same time, the thorns on the sword-tail disc stabbed a few small holes in the young man's body. Fortunately, they didn't hit any vital parts. The young man soared into the sky and flew into the distance. His voice came from afar, just you wait. Then, he disappeared into the horizon. A group of sword-tail discs chased after him. However, the young man had successfully dragged Lu Ming and the others down with him. At least half of the sword-tail discs that were attacking the young man were attacking Lu Ming and the others. Bush, bush. A sharp sound broke through the air as hundreds of thorns pierced toward Lu Ming and the others. Buzz. Lu Ming activated the chaotic domain. The chaotic domain spread out and enveloped all the sword-tail discs. Then, Lu Ming pressed down with one hand and the terrifying power of the chaotic domain crushed toward the sword-tail discs. The chaotic domain was millions of pounds heavy. Under the heavy pressure, the pressure was astonishing. Chapter 1430. Looks like it's not safe ahead. I'm afraid there will be a large number of sword-tail discs. Yingying, Brother Qiu. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. His meaning was clear. It was too dangerous to continue. Given Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's strength, they would be in danger. Lu Ming, Big Brother, and I will wait for you outside. Qiu Yingying was very smart and said quickly. She knew that if she and Qiu Hao followed Lu Ming, they would be a burden to Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only move freely if he was alone. Hey, wait for me outside. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, be careful. Qiu Yingying said worriedly. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and flew away. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao went back the way they came and left. Lu Ming was alone. His speed suddenly increased. Like a phantom, he flashed across the void. After Lu Ming flew for a while, hundreds of sword-tail discs attacked Lu Ming. It was very sudden and too fast. An ordinary martial king would not be able to survive such an attack. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary martial king. The chaotic territory covered his body, and the sword-tail disc's spikes could not break through Lu Ming's chaotic territory. The chaotic territory shook and the spikes were all shattered. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch and the chaotic domain crushed forward. Those sword-tail discs exploded under the powerful fist force. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. Along the way, Lu Ming encountered several waves of attacks. However, Lu Ming rushed past them and shattered them in the air. Soon, a forest appeared in front of him. That is, Lu Ming looked into the distance. The forest covered a large area. In the center of the forest, there was a tall tower in the shape of a sword. It looked like a divine sword that pierced the sky. Even from a distance, one could see it. Is that the land of inheritance? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Scram! Not far away, a person was charging forward. This person was very strong and should be someone with an innate spirit body. However, at this moment, a large group of sword-tail discs flew out from the forest below and attacked this person. This person tried his best to attack, but he couldn't break through the sword-tail disc's obstruction at all. Several large holes were pierced into his body, and he almost died here. He could only retreat in a sorry state. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were many corpses in the forest. Because they all wanted to charge through this forest and were killed by the sword-tail disc. Presumably, this forest was the lair of the sword-tail disc. Who knew how many sword-tail discs resided here? In order to reach the sword pagoda, one had to pass through this forest. At this time, another group of sword-tail discs flew out towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand, and the chaotic field spread out and enveloped the group of sword-tail discs. Then, with a shake, the sword-tail discs were all killed and fell into the forest like raindrops. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward, heading towards the sword pagoda. Wait a minute! Suddenly, a cold shout sounded, and then two rainbow lights flashed towards Lu Ming. The rainbow lights faded, and two figures appeared. It's you! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. One of them was the young man who had been attacked by the sword-tail discs and then led the sword-tail discs to Lu Ming and Qiu Yingying. Lu Ming didn't go looking for him, but he appeared on his own. The other person's aura was also very strong. Obviously, he was a prodigy of the same level as this person. Your field is very mysterious. It can actually suppress the sword-tail discs. No wonder you didn't die. Now take the two of us there. The young man who had dragged Lu Ming and Qiu Yingying into the water said coldly. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming sneered. What did you say? The young man's eyes turned cold. You framed me and wanted to drag me into the water to help you escape. Now, you're asking me to take you there? Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming continued. If you don't take me there, you'll die now. The young man said, and his body was filled with cold, murderous intent. Is that so? You can go to hell. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he threw out a punch. The chaotic field was driven by Lu Ming's fist force, and it crushed towards the young man. How dare you make a move? You're courting death. No, the young man began to yell, but then he realized that Lu Ming's fist force was unbelievably powerful. He exerted all his strength and slashed with his saber, but under Lu Ming's fist force, the saber light was shattered and the fist force hit him directly. Bam! Half of his body exploded. Although his combat strength was not weaker than Yin Feng's, Lu Ming did not use the chaotic field when he fought with Yin Feng previously. Now that he used the chaotic field, it was simply crushing. Swoosh! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed half of the young man's body. Spare me! The young man was not dead yet, and he begged for mercy in horror. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lu Ming swung his hand and threw half of the young man's body into the forest. Suddenly, a dense sword-tail disc flew out from the forest. "No!" the young man yelled. The next moment, the sword-tail disc engulfed him, and his body was pierced into a hornet's nest, and he died on the spot. "Did I say you could leave?" Lu Ming took a step forward, and his body was like a stream of light. The other young man was almost scared to death when he saw Lu Ming's combat strength. He fled in horror. However, Lu Ming's speed was so fast that he caught up with him in a few breaths. The result was already determined. With one move, the young man was half dead. Lu Ming did the same and threw the severely injured young man into the forest, where he was pierced by thousands of arrows. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the forest, a dense sword-tail disc rushed out and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic field and used the wind origin technique. His entire body seemed to have turned into a long spear and rushed through. Wherever Lu Ming passed by, the sword-tail discs would explode one after another. Amidst the densely packed sword-tail discs, a passageway was created. The sword-tail disc could not stop Lu Ming in the slightest. Soon, Lu Ming successfully rushed through the forest and approached the sword pagoda. Strangely, as soon as he rushed through the forest, the sword-tail disc stopped chasing and all retreated. Boom! Clang! Not far from the sword pagoda, there was a terrifying rumble. Someone was fighting. "Get lost. The Emperor Domain fruit is mine." "You want to get the Emperor Domain fruit? Dream on. Die for me." Sword light, saber light, and palm prints surged. In that area, there were 4 figures fighting in a chaotic battle. These 4 people's combat strength was very shocking, and they were even stronger than Yin Feng. No wonder they could break through the sword-tail disc's encirclement and rush here. Emperor Domain fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He looked around and found 3 fruit trees. On each tree, there was a fruit. Each fruit was sparkling and resplendent, and there was the aura of the great Tao lingering around it. It's really the Emperor Domain fruit. Chapter 1431. The Royal Region fruit was a rare treasure. It was said that a low-level martial royal realm martial artist could raise his cultivation by 1 level after consuming the Royal Region fruit. Even a high-level martial royal realm martial artist would benefit greatly from consuming the Royal Region fruit, as it could help him break through his bottleneck. If a martial royal realm martial artist wanted to raise his cultivation, he would first have to raise his realm, then cultivate his true origin and condense his spiritual body. However, the Royal Region fruit could raise one's cultivation by 1 level. The most amazing thing was that it would be useful for martial artists regardless of their realm. This kind of treasure was simply heaven-defying. It was no wonder that these people were fighting over it. "The 3 Royal Region fruits are mine." Lu Ming moved and pounced toward the Royal Region fruits. The chaotic realm that he cultivated was 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than an ordinary realm. However, if he had the Royal Region fruits, how much effort and time could he save? Such a rare treasure was hard to come by. Since Lu Ming had come across it, he would not give it up. "You're courting death. Trying to snatch the Royal Region fruits?" The 4 people who were fighting noticed Lu Ming and roared furiously. They attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The 4 people's combat strength was shocking, surpassing Yin Feng and the others. Even Lu Ming could not ignore the 4 people's furious attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Ming threw out 4 punches in a row and destroyed the 4 people's attacks. How powerful! The 4 people were shocked when they saw Lu Ming destroy their attacks with just a punch. "We are no match for this person's combat strength alone. If he gets the Royal Region fruits, we will have no chance at all." One of the young men said. "That's right. Why don't we team up and kill this person before fighting for the Royal Region fruits?" "All right. That's what I was thinking." The figures of the 4 young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. A powerful steam engine was emitted and locked onto Lu Ming. "Get lost." Lu Ming shouted and formed a terrifying sound wave that attacked one of the young men in front of him. At the same time, he threw a punch at the young man in front of him. If he wanted to fight, he had to focus on one of them. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to make the first move when facing the 4 of them. sword chi bloomed in his hand, and a sharp sword chi burst out, breaking apart the blast of air that Lu Ming spat out. However, when his sword slashed towards Lu Ming's fist, his expression changed greatly. The primal chaos domain pressed down. His sword light was like a willow leaf in the wind, swaying rapidly as if it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, the other three people also made their move. A saber light, a palm print, and a spear light bombarded Lu Ming at the same time. But Lu Ming pretended not to see it. The primal chaos domain covered Lu Ming's entire body. Boom, boom, boom. The three attacks landed on the primal chaos domain. The primal chaos domain shook violently, but it did not break. Their expressions changed greatly. What kind of domain is this? Why is it so terrifying? The three of them had the same thought in their minds. The primal chaos domain was a legendary domain. Not many people could recognize it. Moreover, they never thought that there would be someone in this world who could cultivate the primal chaos domain. The three people's attacks did not break the primal chaos domain, but Lu Ming's attack continued to crush it. Bang! The young man's sword light finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. The primal chaos domain erupted with a terrifying fist force. The young man's body shook violently, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the other three people. Cold, killing intent enveloped the other three people. At this moment, the sword pagoda not far away emitted a buzzing sound, and the door at the bottom of the pagoda suddenly opened. At this moment, two streaks of sword light flew toward the sword pagoda from another direction and rushed into the gate at an extremely fast speed. The sword pagoda opened, and two experts rushed in. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared, turning into a blood-red spear. Lu Ming grabbed it. Total annihilation. The blood-red spear swept out, containing the terrifying power of the primal chaos domain and the primal chaos domain. Bang, bang, bang. The three young men were sent flying by Lu Ming like sandbags. They flew thousands of meters away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. After sending the three young men flying with one move, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he pounced on the Emperor Domain fruit. This time, the three young men did not dare to stop him. They watched as Lu Ming plucked the Emperor Domain fruit and put it away. After plucking the Emperor Domain fruit, Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed into the sword pagoda and rushed in through the door at the bottom. Who is this person? What terrifying battle strength! I'm afraid he's comparable to the leaders of the 13 sects. Indeed, but the two sword lights just now were the two leaders, Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword faction and Wang Shao from the Nine Heaven Sword sect. This is interesting. Three leaders fighting for the inheritance. This is going to be interesting. Let's go take a look. Following that, the few young men also flew toward the sword pagoda. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the sword pagoda, he found that the sword pagoda was filled with sharp sword chi. Sword chi slashed toward him. It was the aftermath of the sword chi. In the sword pagoda, there were two people fighting fiercely. Sword chi filled the entire sword pagoda. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Of the two young men, one was wearing an ordinary black robe. He was handsome, and there was a sword mark between his eyebrows. It seemed like a divine sword would fly out at any time. The other person was wearing a robe with clouds. He was tall and had a wild aura. Both of them were sword cultivators and used long swords. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Their long swords collided and sword chi was rampant. Both of their cultivations were at rank 2 Martial Royal Realm, which was comparable to Hiyu, the leader of the Divine Dragon Valley. Luo Xiang, this inheritance is mine. The young man in the robe said coldly. Wang Shao, the inheritance is not something you can talk about. Luo Xiang replied coldly. At that moment, the two of them saw Lu Ming. However, their eyes were cold and they did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. You guys can continue fighting. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He soared into the sky and dashed toward the top of the sword pagoda. There was no staircase in the sword pagoda. The center was empty and led to the top. If one wanted to go up, they would have to rush up from the center. Get lost. As soon as Lu Ming rushed up, Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold and a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and shattered the sword light. He did not stop and continued to move upward. Not bad. Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold. He gave up on Luo Xiang and became one with his sword. He turned into a sword light and shot up to the sky, stabbing toward Lu Ming from below. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and took 9 steps in a row. Chapter 1432. Wang Zhao's expression changed abruptly. His body fell down involuntarily. Swoosh. At this moment, Luo Xiang caught up with Lu Ming. He soared into the sky and chased after Lu Ming. With the help of Wang Zhao's power, Lu Ming's body swayed and he dashed to the highest floor in an instant. With a twist of his body and a stomp of his feet, Lu Ming moved dozens of meters horizontally and landed on the highest floor. Then Luo Xiang flew up. Swoosh. After Luo Xiang, it was Wang Xiao. He landed on the ground and looked at Lu Ming gloomily. As the leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect in the Mystic Realm this time, he was actually kicked down by Lu Ming, an unknown person. This made his expression turn ugly. At that moment, Lu Ming's attention was attracted by something in front of him. There were 3 balls of light floating in the air in front of him. In one of the balls of light, there was a book that looked like it was made of gold. Strangely, there was a human figure on the book's surface, dancing with a sword. It was very mysterious. It was a martial technique, a sword principle martial technique. In the second ball of light, there was a sword. The sword's body was snow white. With one look, one could feel a terrifying sword radiance. A sacred weapon. This sword was definitely a powerful sacred weapon. In the third ball of light it was much simpler. There were only about 100 fist-sized stones. The Heavenly Law Stone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them moved. Lu Ming pounced on the Heavenly Law Stone. To Lu Ming, the sword principle martial technique was useless to him. He was not a sword cultivator and did not practice the sword. Although the sacred weapon was precious, it was not very useful to him. If he took it out, he would just sell it. These were not as attractive to him as the Heavenly Law Stone. The Heavenly Law Stone was the foundation of increasing one's strength. As long as one had strength, one would not be afraid of not having treasures. Lu Ming pounced on the Heavenly Law Stone, Luo Xiang pounced on the sword principle martial technique, and Wang Xiao pounced on the sacred weapon. Bam! Lu Ming grabbed the ball of light. The ball of light shook but was not broken. It really has a defensive function. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Next, the chaos domain covered Lu Ming's palm. Circulating the suppressing hell heavenly skill, he slammed his palm into the ball of light. The ball of light shook violently. Although it didn't break apart, the light of the ball of light dimmed a little. Continue. Lu Ming unleashed a barrage of attacks. The primal chaos domain combined with the hell-suppressing heaven skill was extremely powerful. The ball of light constantly shook and flickered. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Ming had already sent out over 100 attacks. Finally, the ball of light collapsed into motes of light and disappeared. Lu Ming reached out and collected over 100 heavenly Dao stones into his storage ring. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. In total, he had obtained more than 200 heavenly Dao stones. The heavenly Dao stones were extremely precious. Even a Sage Realm expert would want to look for them. Lu Ming's trip to the Great Emperor's mystic realm had not been in vain. After keeping the heavenly Dao stones, he looked around and realized that Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao had yet to break apart the ball of light. Sword light burst out from their hands and slashed at the ball of light. The ball of light shook and its light dimmed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body moved and pounced towards the ball of light that Wang Xiao was in. He slammed his palm out and the ball of light shook violently. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiao shouted angrily. Lu Ming sneered. He couldn't be bothered with him and slammed his palm out again. "Brat, you dare to fight with me for the sacred weapon? You're courting death." Wang Xiao shouted angrily. The sword light in his hand flashed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming kicked out. This kick was also a combination of the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the primal chaos domain. Wang Zhao's sword light was scattered. His body swayed slightly and he took 2 steps back. Bam! Lu Ming slammed his palm on the ball of light again. With a poof, the ball of light was destroyed. Lu Ming grabbed the sacred weapon and kept it in his storage ring. Brat, hand over the sacred weapon. Wang Xiao let out a furious roar and pounced on Lu Ming. His sword aura surged toward Lu Ming like rainbows. You want the sacred weapon? Let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming sneered. When Lu Ming entered, Wang Xiao was the first to attack him. Now that he had the chance to snatch a sacred weapon, how could Lu Ming be polite? His palm was like a knife as he slashed down continuously. Under Lu Ming's palm, Wang Zhao's sword light was destroyed. Damn it! Wang Xiao was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he was shocked to find that he could not do anything to Lu Ming. In fact, Lu Ming's attack was stronger than his. He was suppressed by Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming waved his palm. With the help of the primal chaos domain, he slashed out 12 times in an instant. It was as if 12 mountains were pressing down on Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his cultivation to the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Sword light burst out, trying to break out of the mountains. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions as the sword chi was destroyed. Wang Xiao used all his strength and finally broke through a gap. He rushed out of Lu Ming's attack range and retreated far away. He felt the blood in his body churning as he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. At the same time, Luo Xiang also broke through the ball of light and put away the sword principle manual. Damn it! Wang Xiao was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Originally, the 3 of them had 3 treasures. However, in the end, Lu Ming got 2 of them and he did not get a share. That was a holy weapon. If he could refine it, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, it had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. He stared at Lu Ming viciously. What? Do you want to die? Lu Ming glanced at Wang Xiao, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Buzz. At that moment, a spot of light suddenly lit up in front of the 3 of them. The spot of light was dazzling and slowly, a small sword appeared. The small sword was only the size of a palm, but it was dazzling. The light was like tiny swords that spread out in all directions. Inheritance. The 3 of them were shocked. Their eyes shone with a fiery light. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them moved and pounced on the light sword. However, in the next moment, their faces changed. They pushed forward with their palms, and then the 3 of them stepped back together. What a strong pressure. What a strong sword chi. Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. When he rushed out just now, he felt the powerful sword chi from the light sword as if it was going to tear him apart. If he had not blocked it in time, he would have been injured. Presumably, Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao were in the same situation. It seemed that it was not that easy to get the light sword. Bam, bam. Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic domain and walked forward step by step. A layer of ripples appeared in the chaotic domain. That was because it was being attacked. Small sword chi was densely packed and endless, constantly stabbing the chaotic domain. Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao also stepped forward. Of course, they were also being attacked and were trying their best to resist. The speed of the 3 of them became very slow. However, Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic domain and walked forward step by step firmly. His speed was still faster than Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao. Chapter 1433. Lu Ming was a few meters ahead, which made Luo Xiang's eyes flash. As for Wang Xiao, he was furious as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Bush, 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 bush. 4 figures rushed up from the bottom of the sword pagoda. They were the 4 youths who fought with Lu Ming for the Emperor Region fruit. It's the inheritance. The sword pagoda's inheritance. When they saw the light sword, their eyes flashed with greed as they stepped forward. But at the same time, they were attacked by the sword chi and their speed was slower than a snail. The power of the sword chi is getting stronger. Lu Ming's face turned serious. The closer they got to the light sword, the stronger the pressure and the power of the sword qi. The ripples on the chaotic domain became more intense. Boom. Lu Ming used offense as defense and began to use the health-suppressing heaven skill to break the sword qi. This way it was better. Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao also began to attack. Sword qi burst out from their hands and collided with the sword qi that pierced towards them. Dense collision sounds rang out in the air. But their speed was still inferior to Lu Ming's. The light sword was not far from them. In a short while, Lu Ming was already close to the light sword. He was less than a meter away from the light sword. He could reach out and grab it. At this point, the power of the sword qi light had reached an astonishing level. Damn it, no! Wang Xiao roared in his heart. Seeing that the inheritance was about to be taken by Lu Ming, he was extremely unwilling. He tried his best to move forward, but it was impossible for him to get close to the light sword. Lu Ming did not hesitate. His palm covered with the chaotic domain, he grabbed the light sword and successfully grabbed it. Buzz. At this moment, the light sword trembled slightly and shone brightly. A terrifying sword qi burst out. Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that the chaotic domain on his palm could not withstand it and was about to shatter. A terrifying sword qi broke through Lu Ming's palm and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated after being hit by the sword qi. He slid along the ground for dozens of meters. He had failed. The lightsaber did not acknowledge him. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled, not too surprised. The inheritance here was obviously a sword Dao inheritance. Since he did not cultivate the sword, it was normal for him to be rejected by the light sword. Previously, he had only wanted to give it a try. Even if he could not obtain the inheritance, Lu Ming could be considered to have returned from a fruitful journey. The 3 Emperor Domain fruits and more than 100 heavenly Dao stones were all extremely useful to Lu Ming. Of course, there was also a Saint Weapon Battle Sword, which was also very valuable. Ha! Seeing Lu Ming being pushed back by the light sword, Wang Xiao laughed in his heart and urged the rear to charge forward. He and Luo Xiang approached the Sword of Light at almost the same time. Luo Xiang, you want to compete with me? Dream on. A small squirrel appeared in Wang Zhao's hand. Sword rat. Luo Xiang's expression changed. Go attack him. Wang Xiao stared at Luo Xiang. Squeak, squeak. The squirrel squeaked and revealed a look of fear. Wang Xiao, this place is filled with powerful sword qi. By asking the sword rat to attack me, you are asking it to die. Luo Xiang said. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Wang Xiao could not be bothered with Luo Xiang's words as he stared at the sword rat with murderous intent. Squeak, squeak. The sword rat was so frightened that its body trembled. It then nodded as a look of sorrow flashed across its eyes. With a swoosh, it charged towards Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiang was the same as Wang Xiao. He needed to use all his strength to resist the sword qi and could not free himself to attack. Bang! The sword rat bombarded Luo Xiang's protective True Yuan and domain, causing Luo Xiang's body to tremble as he retreated. But that sword rat was also exposed to the endless sword qi. The sword rat wailed and turned into ashes under the sword qi. Ha! I finally seized the opportunity. Wang Xiao laughed and grabbed the lightsaber. The inheritance is mine. Wang Xiao grabbed the lightsaber with excitement in his eyes. He naturally saw that Lu Ming was repelled by the lightsaber because Lu Ming was not a sword cultivator and was naturally unable to obtain the approval of the lightsaber. But he was a pure sword cultivator who had practiced the sword since he was young and was a famous genius in the 9 Heaven Sword sect. How could he not obtain the approval of the lightsaber? But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The lightsaber buzzed for a moment as a violent force erupted. Wang Xiao was also sent flying like Lu Ming. No, how could this be? Wang Xiao was unable to believe it and let out a furious roar. He was also rejected by the lightsaber. How could this be? Sword cultivators should be brave, persistent, decisive, persistent, sharp, and daring to act. But you are despicable and shameless. Wang Xiao, you are not worthy of using a sword. Luo Xiang's indifferent voice sounded out. Bang! Bang. Subsequently, Luo Xiang took a few steps forward and arrived before the lightsaber. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the lightsaber. When Luo Xiang grabbed the lightsaber was unusually quiet. The powerful sword qi vanished without a trace in an instant, and it was like a docile pet. Luo Xiang has obtained the approval of the lightsaber. A young man said, "Impossible, the inheritance is mine." Wang Shao could not accept this fact. He roared angrily and pounced at Luo Xiang. Buzz! The lightsaber shook and released a powerful sword qi that sent Wang Shao flying. Then, the lightsaber flashed and disappeared into the space between Luo Xiang's eyebrows. Luo Xiang jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out. At this moment, the sword pagoda began to shake. "Let's go!" Lu Ming jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out of the pagoda. The others also rushed out of the pagoda one by one, including Wang Shao. However, his face was extremely gloomy. Buzz! The sword pagoda shook. Then, a rainbow bridge broke through the sky and rushed into the boundless void, joining the other two rainbow bridges. In the distance, a sword light flashed and flew into the distance. It was Luo Xiang. He had just obtained the inheritance and needed time to digest it. "Luo Xiang, don't even think about obtaining the sword principal inheritance." Wang Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. He turned into a sword light and chased after Luo Xiang. Lu Ming shook his head. Wang Shao was a narrow-minded person. No wonder he could not obtain the sword principal inheritance. He was far inferior compared to Luo Xiang. Lu Ming did not care about this matter and stepped out. Soon, Lu Ming rushed out of the swordtail disc and returned to where he came from. Lu Ming did not care much about the inheritance here. He had the inheritance of the 9 dragons and the Chaos Emperor. The 9 dragons and the Chaos Emperor were the pinnacle experts in the world. Even among the great emperors, they were at the peak. Lu Ming did not care about these small inheritances at all. Even if he obtained them, they would not be of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted more treasures, such as the Heavenly Law Stone. These were of great use to Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming found Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. "Lu Ming, how is the inheritance?" Qiu Yingying asked curiously. Chapter 1434. He was taken away by Luo Xiang. Lu Ming smiled. Luo Xiang, the peerless genius from the Life and Death Sword sect. Qiu Yingying's eyes flickered. "You know him?" Lu Ming asked. Qiu Yingying nodded and said, "My brother and I have been in the Yuan continent for 2 years. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. In these 2 years, besides cultivating, we have not been idle. We have investigated some of the major forces in the Tsang continent and some of the outstanding geniuses. The Life and Death Sword sect is a special existence among the 13 top sections. The other sects have many disciples, but the Life and Death Sword sect has very few disciples. They are very strict when it comes to accepting disciples." Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the Life and Death Sword sect had the least number of people entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. And this Luo Xiang is the most terrifying genius in the Life and Death Sword sect. It is said that he started practicing swordsmanship when he was 6, reached the spiritual sea realm when he was 7, and reached the peak of the Supreme Being when he was 9. Qiu Yingying said, "Started practicing swordsmanship when he was 6, and reached the peak of the Supreme Being when he was 9? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This kind of cultivation speed was too fast. It was unimaginable. Although they were in the Yuan continent, it was too shocking. Lu Ming had obtained the 9 dragons bloodline, so his cultivation speed was already very shocking. However, it took him more than 10 years to reach his current level. Although Luo Xiang's talent is not bad, he looks like he is in his 20s. It is not that exaggerated." Lu Ming was puzzled. This is the most terrifying thing about Luo Xiang. It is said that he could have broken through to the Emperor realm long ago, but he has been suppressing himself at the peak of the Supreme Being. His goal is to nurture his sword soul and train his heart of the sword. He has been suppressing himself for 15 years. Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with shock. In order to nurture his sword soul and train his heart of the sword, he was willing to suppress himself at the same realm for 15 years. This kind of person was too terrifying. Now that Luo Xiang had broken through and obtained the sword art inheritance, he would definitely rise in the future and become an absolutely terrifying person. Lu Ming secretly remembered Luo Xiang's name in his heart. Disregarding everything else, just his temperament alone was worthy of respect. Lu Ming asked himself if he would be able to suppress his cultivation level for 15 years. However, everyone's path was different. Lu Ming had his own path. Lu Ming's path might not be suitable for him. After chatting for a while, they left. Following that, the entire secret realm became even more lively. Everyone was searching for the remaining inheritances. Days passed. In the secret territory, there was a sea of blood. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Suddenly, a silhouette soared into the sky and stood above the sea of blood. This person was none other than the leader of Dragon God Valley, Hiyu. Within the sea of blood, a rainbow bridge soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. The fourth inheritance had appeared. In the middle of a sea of flowers, a peerlessly beautiful woman stood in the middle. Her entire body shone with the resplendent light. The light emitted by the sea of flowers converged into a rainbow bridge that rushed into the void. The fifth inheritance had appeared. There was also a rainbow bridge in the middle of a desert. The sixth inheritance. In an ancient divine palace, a young man was bathed in the divine light and disappeared after a while. When he rushed out of the divine palace, a rainbow bridge soared into the sky above the divine palace. The seventh inheritance had appeared. Several figures appeared beside the young man and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, senior brother Shi, for obtaining the inheritance. The 7 inheritances have all appeared. Emperor Tsong's palace is about to appear. This time, Emperor Tsong's treasures belong to our heavenly god sect. The young man spoke with a majestic tone, as if he was a deity speaking. Emperor Tsong's treasures belong to our heavenly god sect. The other young men spoke one after another. At this moment, everyone in the secret territory looked at the void. The 7 inheritances have all appeared. Emperor Tsong's palace is about to appear. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Qiu Hao stood against the wind and looked at the void. During this period of time, they had also been searching for the inheritances. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out as they did not find any of the inheritances. High up in the sky, 7 rainbow bridges rushed into the void from all directions and gathered in one place. The entire Great Emperor's secret territory could see it. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion at the place where the rainbow bridges gathered. Following that, the cry of an eagle resounded through the heavens and earth. In the depths of the void, there seemed to be a huge object that was about to break through the void. Emperor Tsong's palace is about to appear. Charge, I want to seize the opportunity. I didn't get any of the 7 inheritances. Emperor Tsong's inheritance is mine. One by one, figures flew into the sky from all directions and rushed towards the place where the rainbow bridges gathered. Looking from below, the scene was very majestic. Countless figures were densely packed together and gathered in one place. It was very exciting. Let's go too, Lu Ming said. Then they soared into the sky and flew toward the sky. At this moment, another cry of an eagle resounded through the sky. Rumble! The void shattered as a huge object broke free from the void and slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was an eagle, an extremely huge eagle. To be precise, it was a building in the shape of an eagle. From afar, it looked very lifelike and a vast aura pressed down on everyone's hearts. Was this Emperor Tsong's palace? Everyone's eyes lit up. Legend had it that Emperor Tsong had become an emperor as an eagle. He was a supreme Fey emperor. There are a lot fewer people, Qiu Yingying said softly. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, when they entered the great emperor's secret territory, there were more than 300,000 people. But now, there were less than 200,000 people here. Almost all of the others had died. More than 100,000 people had died. What a shocking number. The great emperor's secret territory had great opportunities, but it was also accompanied by great dangers. For example, at the Sword Dao inheritance ground, at least 10,000 people had died under the swordtail disc. Rumble. A moment later, a huge eagle appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was huge, too huge. The eagle covered the sky and they couldn't see the end of it. The entire eagle was black and shiny. No one knew what material it was made of. Where's the entrance? Everyone was looking, but they couldn't see an entrance. The eagle's body was bare. Obviously, it couldn't be the real palace. The real palace must be inside the eagle. At this moment, the eagle's cry resounded through the sky. Everyone saw the eagle's mouth open, revealing a black passage. Could this be the passage to Emperor Tsong's palace? Everyone looked at each other. In the end, some people gritted their teeth and rushed towards the eagle's mouth. Chapter 1435. Charge, charge. Once someone made a move, the others could no longer hold back and rushed towards the goshawk's mouth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The crowd swarmed toward the goshawk's mouth like a swarm of bees. Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Qiu Hao followed the crowd and charged toward the goshawk's mouth. The people at the front had already rushed into the goshawk's mouth and were not in danger. Seeing that nothing was wrong, the people at the back rushed forward even more crazily. Who knew if they would get some supreme treasure if they went in first? Naturally, the crowd was going crazy. Whoosh! Lu Ming was flying. Behind him, a terrifying palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Without even looking, he struck back with his palm and collided with the palm print behind him. Boom! The force was rampant. Lu Ming twisted his body and looked behind him. A young man in a white robe glanced at Lu Ming coldly and then sped forward. Someone from the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Obviously, the white-robed young man from the Heavenly God sect wanted to kill him and sneak attacked him from behind when he was not paying attention. Xian Yanjuan from the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming whispered in a cold voice. They continued to fly. Soon, Lu Ming and the others also flew into the passage. The goshawk was very large, so the passage was also very large. A large group of people flew in, but it was not crowded at all. At this moment, there was a shrill scream in front of them. What's going on? There's danger in front. Someone exclaimed. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, there was an ear-piercing sound in front of them. Moreover, this sound was coming from afar. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, on the walls of the passage on both sides of Lu Ming and the others, streaks of black light shot out rapidly. Immediately, someone screamed as his body was pierced by the black light and died. Defend. Lu Ming threw out a few punches in succession, destroying dozens of black rays of light. Lu Ming could clearly see that this jet-black light was not solid, but its power was astonishing. Its penetrative power was terrifying. Many people revolved their true essence to defend themselves, but it was useless. The jet-black light pierced through them. Those below Emperor level, please withdraw. Those below Emperor level, please withdraw. Someone shouted. Those below rulers could not block these lights at all and would be shot to death. Screams rang out continuously as people were shot to death. Inside the passageway, a series of domains spread out. Those who had broken through to become rulers had to use their domains and vital essence to protect their bodies to barely block the black light's attack. The feather robe on Qiu Yingying's body glowed and covered her whole body, blocking the light around her. As for Qiu Hao, a golden bell floated above his head. It scattered a light screen and easily blocked the light. As for Lu Ming, he was enveloped by the primal chaos domain. That kind of light could not touch him at all. No one flinched and continued to fly forward. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Nonetheless, most of them were supreme venerables. Only a few rulers were shot to death here if they were careless. However, as they continued to move forward, the power of the jet-black light slowly became stronger. In the beginning, it shot out from the left and right sides, but later on, endless jet-black light shot out from all directions. Its power was astonishing. Gradually, some of the rulers showed signs of being unable to withstand it. This passageway was very long. They flew for thousands of miles, but they still did not reach the end. Damn it, I'm not satisfied. Someone roared because he was about to be unable to withstand it. If they continued forward, they would die. They could only retreat unwillingly. As they continued forward, it became more and more difficult to walk. However, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Qiu Hao were very relaxed. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's treasures were sacred weapons. Their defensive power was astonishing and unfathomable. Naturally, this attracted the attention of others. What a mysterious treasure! If I can get it, I can enter Emperor Tsong's chamber. Greed flashed in someone's eyes. Many people gathered around the three of them. How can the likes of you enjoy such a treasure? Give it to me. A young man with a cold gaze threw a palm at Qiu Hao. Buzz. The golden bell above Qiu Hao's head vibrated, and an invisible ripple spread out and rushed toward the young man. The young man's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. What a mysterious treasure! It must be a sacred weapon. Hand it over. Kill. The other young man took a step forward and charged towards Qiu Hao. A few others attacked Qiu Yingying. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and strode forward. He stretched out his hand and punched at the young men. Brat, it's good that I didn't look for you. Meddling in other people's business. That. A young man said coldly and punched at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched out, and the violent fist force crushed the young man. The young man screamed and flew back. His protective true origin and domain were shattered by Lu Ming's punch. His body was instantly penetrated by the dense jet black light, and he died on the spot. Then, Lu Ming punched out a few more times, and a few more young men were sent flying. Their true origin and domain were penetrated by Lu Ming, and they all died under the jet black light. The remaining young men's faces changed drastically. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He could completely crush them. At this moment, an extremely sharp force attacked Lu Ming from behind Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard it, he knew that it was sword qi. It was extremely sharp, and the person who attacked was shockingly strong. Whoosh! Lu Ming activated the wind origin technique. At the critical moment, he moved 1 meter to the side and dodged the sword. It's you again! When he saw the person who attacked him, Lu Ming's killing intent surged. This person was the white-robed young man from the Celestial God sect who had attacked Lu Ming outside the passage. You're lucky! After his attack failed, the white-robed young man retreated and wanted to retreat. You've attacked me repeatedly, and now you want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Lu Ming said coldly. The aura on his body surged. He took a step forward and rushed toward the white-robed young man. The black light did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming rushing toward him, the white-robed young man's face changed, and he quickly rushed forward. However, his speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Ming was already close to him. Brat, how dare you attack me? I'm an elder of the Celestial God sect. Seeing that he could not escape, the white-robed young man turned around and shouted at Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged toward him. This person is so naive. He had attacked Lu Ming repeatedly, trying to kill Lu Ming. Now he wants to threaten Lu Ming with the person behind him. Isn't he stupid? The white-robed young man swallowed his words when he saw Lu Ming's punch. He could only try his best to defend himself. Rays of sword light shot out from his hand with shocking power. This person should have an innate spiritual body. His cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer martial royal realm. His combat strength was not bad, but unfortunately, he was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Chapter 1436. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the white-robed young man. He then threw a kick at him. Bang! The white-robed young man's protective true energy and domain were shattered by Lu Ming's kick. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot toward the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man tried his best to defend himself. Fortunately, he had an innate spiritual body and had evolved into an inferior earth spiritual body. He managed to survive after a hole was made in his body. However, Lu Ming charged toward him again. Bang! Lu Ming reached out his claw and pierced through the white-robed young man's domain. He then grabbed the white-robed young man's neck and almost shattered his true energy. Naturally, his true yuan and domain disappeared without a trace. Help! The white-robed young man screamed in fear as countless rays of black light shot toward him. Lu Ming activated his chaotic domain and covered the white-robed young man, blocking the rays of black light. The white-robed young man took a deep breath and said, "Lu Ming, let me go. My uncle is an elder of the heavenly god sect. If you kill me Nonsense!" Lu Ming shouted coldly as a murderous intent burst out from his body. The white-robed young man swallowed his words. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" Lu Ming said coldly. "It's..." The white-robed young man was about to answer when a voice came from the other side. "You better let him go." A few young men walked out from the passage. The young man leading the group was tall and slender. His eyes were bright like a deity and his aura was intimidating. The aura of the second-layer martial royal realm spread out from his body. There were two other young men behind the young man. They were both at the peak of the first-layer martial royal realm. Their domains covered the area and the rays of black light could not harm them. "That's the leader of the heavenly god sect, Xianxia." Some people passed by and whispered to each other. They then rushed forward and left the place. "Senior brother Xianxia, save me!" The white-robed young man screamed when he saw Xianxia. "Brat, quickly release me. Otherwise, senior brother Xianxia will definitely put you in a life-and-death situation." Then, the white-robed young man scolded Lu Ming again, his arrogance rising again. "Really?" Lu Ming sneered. He lifted the white-robed youth and sent him out of the range of the domain. Instantly, 7 or 8 black beams of light pierced through the white-robed youth's body, causing him to bleed profusely. He let out a miserable scream. "Brat, you're courting death. How dare you!" Behind Xianxia, the two youths berated. "Boom!" Xianxia stepped forward. His powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming as he said coldly, "I said, let him go." His tone carried an air of superiority as he ordered Lu Ming. "Who do you think you are? Furthermore, this person has ambushed me time and time again. He is dead for sure." Lu Ming said coldly. Xianxia's eyes were dark as he said, "If you kill him, I'll definitely kill you." "Really?" Lu Ming wore a ferocious expression on his face as the murderous intent on his body grew colder. "No." The white-robed young man retreated in horror. Boom! The power in Lu Ming's hand suddenly erupted and drowned the white-robed young man. Under Lu Ming's terrifying power, the white-robed young man's body was smashed into pieces. "Die!" At this moment, Xianxia's murderous intent exploded. His body was bathed in a sacred radiance. He took a step forward and the void rumbled. Xianxia raised his hand and pressed down. A huge sacred palm pressed down on Lu Ming. "Petty tricks." Lu Ming sneered. He also took a step forward and threw out a palm. A chaotic palm blasted out and faced Xianxia head-on. The two palms collided with each other, resulting in a brilliant explosion. A shockwave spread out from the collision, shattering the pitch-black light in the surroundings. Bam! In the next moment, Xianxia's sacred palm print collapsed. The chaotic palm print did not stop as it continued to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. The sacred radiance on his body became even brighter and a long spear appeared in his hand. "Spear of divine punishment." Xianxia shouted softly. The sacred spear cut through the void, seemingly able to penetrate everything in the world. It pierced toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the second realm of the martial royal realm and he had cultivated a medium earth spiritual body. His battle strength was shocking and he was on the same level as Yu, Wang Xiao and Luoxiang. Among the geniuses who had entered the great emperor mystic realm, he stood at the peak. Not many people could withstand this move of his. However, he met Lu Ming. The chaotic domain covered him. Lu Ming used the suppressing hell skill and punched out. The suppressing hell monument's shadow flashed on his fist and it directly hit the tip of the sacred spear. Ding! A deafening sound rang out. Xianxia's sacred spear trembled violently. A terrifying power flowed through the spear and into Xianxia's arm, causing his body to tremble. Bam! In the next moment, the sacred spear exploded. Xianxia's body shook and he retreated a few hundred meters. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "How can this be?" The other two youths were dumbfounded. Even Xianxia's battle strength was not Lu Ming's match. How could this be possible? "Let's go!" Tian did not say a word and turned to leave. You think you can come and go as you wish? How can it be so easy? Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped forward and activated the wind origin technique. He instantly closed in on Tian. A terrifying fist force blasted toward Tian. Tian roared angrily and used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. However, although he was strong, he was still inferior to Lu Ming. In less than 10 moves, he was beaten by Lu Ming until he vomited blood. Senior Tian, we will avenge you. When the other youth saw this scene, he was so frightened that he left behind a sentence and charged forward with all his might, escaping without a trace. Hee, these are your senior and junior brothers? Lu Ming mocked. Tian roared angrily and tried his best to resist. However, under Lu Ming's chaotic domain, he was forced to retreat. Die! Lu Ming's punch broke through Tian's defense and was about to kill him. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Tian's body. A shadow appeared on Tian's body and an invisible force burst out. This is... Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This force was very similar to the light sword that Lu Ming faced in the Sword Pagoda. That was the same level of power. Bang! Lu Ming was hit by this force and his body flew backward. Lu Ming, I will definitely kill you next time. Tian left behind a sentence and rushed into the depths of the passage. It turns out that Tian has also obtained an inheritance. Lu Ming frowned. Tian should have also obtained an inheritance. As he had just obtained the inheritance and had not refined it, this inheritance had the function of automatically protecting its owner. If it was refined, this function would disappear. Next time, if the inheritance cannot protect its owner, I will definitely kill you. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming, are you all right? Qiao Yingying stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. Let's go. Chapter 1437. They continued to move forward. Although the black light in this passage was very powerful, it was mainly a threat to supremes or some weak emperors. The stronger ones could still block it. The three of them walked for another 1,000 miles or so and finally reached the end. The passage disappeared. In front of them was a flat land, but it was filled with gray fog. The fog drifted, greatly affecting one's vision. Some of the young men rushed into the mist and disappeared. Lu Ming and the other two did not hesitate and rushed into the fog. The fog was quiet. There was no sound at all, as if there were no living creatures. It was dead silent. Vaguely, only the heartbeats of the three people could be heard. However, after walking for a while, only one of the three people's heartbeats could be heard. Lu Ming turned his head and saw that Qiao Yingying and Qiao Hao had disappeared. What's going on? Just a moment ago, Qiao Yingying and Qiao Hao had been following behind him. Why did they suddenly disappear? Yingying, brother Qiao, Lu Ming called out. His voice spread far and wide, but there was no response. Lu Ming searched for a while, but he did not see anyone. Just now, many young men had rushed in, but now, he did not see anyone. Could it be a formation? No, it's not a formation, Lu Ming observed carefully. There was no formation here at all. This area is very strange. It can affect one's senses. Perhaps they're not far away from me, but we're ignoring each other. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were many wonderful places in the world. No one had set up a formation, but they had functions that were even more mysterious than a formation. It seems that we can only meet up after walking out of this area. Thinking of this, Lu Ming determined the direction and walked straight ahead. However, not long after, Lu Ming stopped. He found that there was an invisible energy around him that was seeping into his body and slowly attacking his soul. Yes, there was an invisible energy here that could attack his soul. Even his primal chaos domain could not defend against it. Luckily, Lu Ming's soul had been refined inside the World Alchemy Calamity Bell when he was overcoming the Martial Dominator Tribulation, allowing him to strengthen his soul by more than 10 times. The attack was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and continued forward. Along the way, he noticed that there were many craters on the ground. Some of the craters looked like palm prints. Could it be that in the distant past, there was a great battle here? Lu Ming guessed. Bang! Lu Ming punched the ground, but the ground didn't move at all. There wasn't a single mark. So hard. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The ground here was made from a kind of strange metal. It was tough and indestructible. Even with Lu Ming's strength, he couldn't leave a single mark on it. The thing that left the craters on the ground was definitely a terrifying existence. As Lu Ming continued forward, he found that the energy attacking his soul was getting stronger. Although it was nothing to Lu Ming's current soul strength, it was definitely a great challenge for the other geniuses. There's a strong fluctuation ahead. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that there was a strong fluctuation coming from ahead. It seemed like there was an expert cultivating ahead. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. He withdrew his aura and decided to go forward to take a look. Soon, a giant object appeared ahead. It was an eagle, a giant eagle. It was covered in golden feathers and was as big as a mountain. That kind of fluctuation was coming from this giant eagle. However, the giant golden eagle was obviously dead. There was no sign of life on it. However, the fluctuation was indeed terrifying. The closer he got, the scarier Lu Ming felt. The aura of a Saint Realm expert. Moreover, the fluctuation is more profound than that of an ordinary Saint Realm expert. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming had sensed the aura of a heavenly mystic saint and the aura of Dragon God Valley's Elder Hong. However, they were nothing compared to this giant golden eagle. This giant golden eagle was definitely not just a bright saint, but a great saint or absolute saint when it was alive. There's a word. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that there was a word under one of the giant golden eagle's wings. It was the word evil. Evil. What did it mean? Lu Ming didn't know. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't see any wounds around the giant eagle's body. He didn't know how it died. I wonder if I can keep this giant eagle. It's full of treasures, Lu Ming thought. He took out a higher quality storage ring and activated his true yuan. He let the storage ring fly above the giant eagle. A gravitational force was generated from the storage ring. To Lu Ming's surprise, Lu Ming easily put away the giant eagle's body. I've made a fortune. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put away the storage ring and continued forward. This area was dead silent. It was as if Lu Ming was the only one in this vast world. This feeling would drive one crazy if one stayed here for too long. Moreover, there was an invisible energy that kept seeping into Lu Ming's body and attacking his soul. After walking for a long time, when Lu Ming took a step forward, the environment around him changed drastically. The fog disappeared and Lu Ming came to a platform. One step away, so close yet so far away. He walked out of the fog just like that. Voices came from ahead. Lu Ming looked and found that many people had gathered here. Qiu Yinging, Qiu Hao. Lu Ming saw the two of them at a glance. Lu Ming. The two of them saw Lu Ming and walked over happily. When did you pass through the fog? Lu Ming asked. We just arrived a while ago, Qiu Yinging explained. The two of them had encountered the same thing as Lu Ming. After walking into the fog, they were separated from the others. It was as if they were the only ones left in the world. There was also the energy that attacked the soul. They gritted their teeth and walked forward. They did not expect to pass through the fog so smoothly. However, they were different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched the giant eagle's body, but they did not touch anything. Lu Ming. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. 3 young men walked over and greeted Lu Ming. It was the 3 Ruan brothers. The 3 Ruan brothers were telepathic. When they joined forces, their strength was not weak. After entering the Great Emperor Mystic Realm, they had successfully broken through to the Martial Emperor Realm. It was not strange for them to come here. What's going on in front? Lu Ming's gaze looked ahead. Many people stopped in front of him. It seemed that they were blocked. There's an abyss in front. It's blocking the way. Qiu Yinging explained. Lu Ming walked closer to take a look. It was indeed an abyss that was 100 miles wide. There was a terrifying devouring force under the abyss. Once a person flew into the abyss, they would be swallowed and fall into the abyss. No one could escape. Chapter 1438. Lu Ming walked forward and found a stone bridge. This stone bridge led to the other side of the abyss. That's the Heavenly Path Stone. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of shock. That was because the stone bridge was covered with heavenly path stones. At a glance, he did not know how many of them there were. Countless heavenly path stones formed a stone bridge that was 100 miles long, leading to the other side of the abyss. Heavens, how many heavenly path stones were there? His heart twitched violently. Was this the work of other arch? It was too shocking. The heavenly path stones on the stone bridge can't be dug out at all. Someone tried before, but he was knocked down into the abyss. The eldest of the 3 Ruan brothers, Ruan Tian, explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had guessed that. Otherwise, with so many heavenly path stones in front of them, this place would have been flooded with blood. Many young people gathered at the head of the bridge, looking at the stone bridge with worried faces. Someone is on the bridge again. Qiu Yingying whispered. At the head of the bridge, a young man stepped on the stone bridge. When he stepped on the stone bridge, his body trembled slightly as if he was under a terrifying pressure, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward. After a while, his body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. He hurriedly retreated from the stone bridge and let out a long breath. It still doesn't work. The young man sighed. What a piece of trash. Let me do it. A cold voice sounded. A young man walked out of the crowd and stepped on the stone bridge. Wang Xiao. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wang Xiao's body emitted a sharp aura, like a sharp divine sword that could cut through everything. He walked forward step by step at a very fast speed. Soon, he had crossed more than half the distance. After crossing more than half the distance, he gradually slowed down, but it did not take long for him to cross the 100-mile stone bridge and disappear from everyone's sight. A leader is indeed powerful. Only prodigies with at least an inferior earth spirit body can cross this stone bridge. The heavenly path chi on it is too powerful. Many people sighed. It's because of the heavenly path chi. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were too many heavenly path stones on the stone bridge. The heavenly path chi on the stone bridge was definitely terrifying. The heavenly path chi was very useful for martial artists and inscriptionists. It could be used to comprehend the path and improve one's cultivation. However, this was referring to the heavenly Dao aura. Within a certain range of concentration, if the heavenly Dao aura was too concentrated, not only would it not be beneficial, it would instead be harmful. The powerful heavenly Dao aura could crush people to death. Damn it, it wasn't easy for me to enter the Grey Emperor's palace. Could it be that I'm going to be blocked by a stone bridge just like that? But now, their path was blocked by a stone bridge. They were truly unwilling to accept this. More and more people tried, but most of them failed. Some tried to force their way through, but they were crushed to death and fell into the endless abyss. I'll give it a try. Lu Ming stepped forward. Qiu Yingying, Ruan Tian, and the others did not stop him. They knew how strong Lu Ming was. The stone bridge could not do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and covered his body with the primal chaos domain. What a rich heavenly path chi. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The heavenly path chi here was too strong. It was many times stronger than the heavenly path marks that Lu Ming had faced before. This strength was far beyond what they could bear. Not only could they not comprehend the path, but there was also a strong pressure on his body. This was the pressure of the heavenly path. However, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain shook, and the heavenly path chi disappeared without a trace. Everything in the world comes from the primal chaos domain. The primal chaos domain is the emperor of thousands of domains. The heavenly path chi is useless against the primal chaos domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then he continued forward. The stone bridge was very narrow, only allowing one person to pass. Lu Ming strode forward and soon crossed half of the bridge. However, at this time, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and went back the way he came. What's that guy doing? I saw that he was relaxed just now. I thought he would be able to pass. Why is he going back now? It didn't mean anything at the beginning. Maybe he was relaxed because he was going all out. It's normal for him to be tired now. That's true. After all, this stone bridge is not something that anyone can cross. Lu Ming's actions caused some people to discuss. Xiao Yingying, Xiao Hao, and the others were also surprised. Based on their understanding of Lu Ming, with Lu Ming's strength, it should not be a problem for him to cross the stone bridge. Why did he go back the way he came? Soon, Lu Ming reached the end of the bridge. Yingying, brother Qiao, come up. I'll bring you over. Lu Ming said. What? Qiao Yingying, Qiao Hao, and the 3 Yuan brothers were stunned. The others were also stunned. Lu Ming was going to bring someone over? How was that possible? It was difficult for others to cross alone. Even a prodigy like Wang Xiao had difficulty crossing the second half of the bridge. Now, Lu Ming said that he was going to bring someone over. It was unbelievable. Yingying, Lu Ming called again. Qiao Yingying and Qiao Hao finally reacted. Okay. Qiao Yingying was the first to step forward. She walked in front of Lu Ming, and Qiao Hao stood behind Lu Ming. Stepping on the stone bridge meant that one's life was in danger, but they chose to believe in Lu Ming. Along the way, Lu Ming had brought them too many miracles. Brother Ruan, I'll send Yingying and the others over first. I'll find you later. Lu Ming said to Ruan Tian. Okay. Ruan Tian nodded in a daze. Let's go. The chaotic domain enveloped Qiao Yingying and Qiao Hao as the 3 of them stepped onto the stone bridge. Although the chaotic domain was magical, it was only level 1 now. Moreover, the stone bridge was very narrow and could only accommodate 1 person. Therefore, Lu Ming could not bring too many people at once. He could only bring 2 or 3 people. Therefore, he planned to send the 3 Ruan brothers over after sending Qiao Yingying and the others over. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. Some people sneered, thinking that Lu Ming would play with fire and burn himself. Lu Ming and the other 2 stepped onto the stone bridge. The powerful heavenly path aura outside pressed down on the chaotic domain, causing it to tremble. However, it resisted in the end. The 3 of them walked forward step by step. Soon, they surpassed the distance Lu Ming had walked and continued forward. Soon, the 3 of them successfully reached the other side. He did it. This person can actually bring people over. Unbelievable. This person must have some kind of treasure that can resist the heavenly path aura. Chapter 1439. Look, he's back. Someone shouted. In front of the stone bridge, a figure stepped forward. It was Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the starting point. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a young man with fiery eyes. Brat, bring me over now. This young man was the one who sneered the most, thinking that Lu Ming would die on the bridge. Now that he saw that Lu Ming could really bring people over, he was the first to rush forward. Me too, bring me over. Bring me. One by one, the young men stepped forward and surrounded Lu Ming. I'm not free. Lu Ming glanced around indifferently. What do you mean by that? Not free? Today, even if you're not free, you have to be free. If you don't bring me over, don't go over yourself today. The young man who spoke first had a cold expression on his face. A cold aura locked onto Lu Ming. The others also had unfriendly expressions. Indeed, you want to go over and get the great emperor's treasure. How dare you leave us here? Someone spoke, which almost made Lu Ming laugh. You don't have the ability to go over, yet you're blaming Lu Ming. If you can't get it, you can't let Lu Ming get it either. Get lost. Lu Ming roared. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't help but retreat. Everyone, let's join forces. With so many of us, we can take him down. Let's control him and let him send us over one by one. The young man who spoke first yelled. Boom, boom, boom. Auras burst out. There were at least a few hundred people present. Each of them stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Their auras suppressed Lu Ming. How can you people be like this? How can you force us to bring him or not? Lu Ming, don't worry about us. You cross the bridge first. Ruan Tian's deep voice resounded. Brat, surrender obediently. If you cross the bridge alone, your friends will fall into the endless abyss. The young man who spoke first said coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked at the young man and said, You brought this upon yourself. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in front of the young man. The young man's face fell, and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming waved his hand, and his primal chaos domain spread out, forming a giant primal chaos hand that crushed the young man's defenses and grabbed him. "Let go of me. What are you doing? Let me warn you, my senior brother is the leader of the Heaven King Palace." The young man shouted, threatening Lu Ming. "I'll send you down to the abyss to play." Lu Ming sneered. "You dare? Everyone, let's attack together and take him down." The young man roared loudly, encouraging the others. "Put him down. You're courting death." More than 10 people roared as they charged at Lu Ming. More than 10 attacks fell on Lu Ming. Lightning Element Technique. Lu Ming transformed his primal chaos domain into a lightning domain and executed the lightning element technique. 10 lightning spears appeared in the air and pierced through the air. More than 10 young men were penetrated by the lightning spears and died on the spot, killing more than 10 first-layer martial dominator realm cultivators with a single attack, causing the others to be dumbfounded. They finally realized that not only was Lu Ming able to cross the bridge by himself, he was also able to bring people over with him. After killing more than 10 young men as an example, the others did not dare to attack. Lu Ming grabbed the young man's hand and pulled him out of the abyss. "No," the young man screamed as he stared at the abyss below him. "I'll send you down," Lu Ming said coldly as he reached out his hand. The young man was immediately devoured by the devouring force of the abyss and fell into the abyss. Only cries of agony could be heard. "Who else wants to go down? I don't mind sending you on your way." Lu Ming scanned the crowd. No one dared to make a sound. Lu Ming's combat strength was more than enough to crush them. "Brother Ruan, let's get on the bridge," Lu Ming said. The 3 Ruan brothers nodded. They stood in a row with Lu Ming and moved forward. Soon they crossed the stone bridge. In front of the stone bridge was a stone wall that blocked the way. The stone wall was indestructible and could not be broken. There was a light door on the stone wall. It was the only way out. Those who had crossed the bridge had obviously left through this light door. "Let's go in," Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded and stepped into the light door together. The space trembled. In the next moment, Lu Ming arrived in a stone room. Lu Ming looked around and found that he was the only one in the stone room. Qiu Yingying and the others were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the door was a teleportation portal. They had been teleported here and scattered. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a sharp qi slashing at Lu Ming. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. However, the sharp qi was also shockingly fast. It followed Lu Ming and slashed at him. "What's that?" Lu Ming frowned. He could only vaguely see a black light slashing at him. As for what it was too fast for him to see clearly. "Get lost!" Lu Ming yelled and threw a punch at him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Lu Ming's violent fist force crushed forward and finally repelled the thing that was slashing at him. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw what attacked him. A pair of wings. A pair of black wings. They were not the wings of a monster but made of strange metal. Every single feather on the wings was black and shiny. They were filled with sharpness, like sharp divine swords. Lu Ming thought of Hai Pingtian from the continent of divine ruins. Hai Pingtian also had a pair of wings, which was an emperor's spiritual weapon. However, that pair of wings was trash compared to the one in front of him. The pair in front of him was a divine weapon. Lu Ming took a liking to her at first glance. "I'm lucky to encounter a divine weapon as soon as I teleported here." Lu Ming smiled. He stepped forward and pounced at the black wings. He reached out his hand and was about to grab the black wings. The black wings spread open and slashed at Lu Ming like 2 divine swords. They were extremely sharp. Lu Ming punched and used the heaven-suppressing hell skill. He covered it with the chaotic field and bombarded the wings. With a clang, the wings were sent flying again. After the wings were sent flying, they flapped and tried to escape. "You have some intelligence. However, you can't escape from me." Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand. The chaotic field exploded and covered the entire stone room. No matter how the black wings flew, they could not escape from the chaotic field. Shrink. The chaotic field began to shrink and finally trapped the black wings. Refine. Then, Lu Ming's ethereal force surged into the black wings and began to refine them. Chapter 1440. So it's the sacred weapon of Ming. Black wings. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The sacred weapon of Ming was Ming Sheng's personal weapon. Above that, there were great sacred weapons and absolute sacred weapons. After that round of refinement, Lu Ming had only grasped the basics of this winged sacred weapon. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to completely refine it. He could only slowly refine it in the future and deepen his grasp of the black wings. With a toss of the black wings automatically flew behind Lu Ming and sank into Lu Ming's back. The next moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. On his back, the black wings spread out, making Lu Ming look as if he had grown a pair of wings out of thin air. Swoosh! With a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming circled around the stone room dozens of times before returning to his original spot. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the black wings. He had the black wings. If combined with the wind origin technique and the air frozen bead, his speed would definitely be greatly increased. At the same time, the black wings also had a powerful attack power. Moreover, the wings could wrap around the entire body and had a powerful defensive ability. This sacred weapon could be said to be one of the few sacred weapons with all kinds of functions. If sold, the price would be more than 10 times more expensive than other sacred weapons of the same level. With a thought, the black wings retracted and sank into his skin, disappearing. Next, Lu Ming looked around. Apart from the black wings and the passageway in front of him, there was nothing else in this stone room. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the passageway. Suddenly, there was a cry. At the entrance of the passageway, a huge black goshawk suddenly appeared and swooped towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. This goshawk was of course not real. It was condensed from some kind of energy. More importantly, it appeared too suddenly. Lu Ming subconsciously retreated rapidly. However, he found that the goshawk did not chase after him. Instead, it floated in the air and looked at Lu Ming. Young man, go back. Don't continue forward. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster. The goshawk suddenly spoke. Who are you? Lu Ming asked. It doesn't matter who I am. Go back, there's no road ahead. The goshawk spoke again. Disaster? No path? I don't believe it. If I don't try, how will I know that there is no path? Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Along the way, they had encountered so many obstacles. How could Lu Ming be blocked by a goshawk? The goshawk seemed to sigh, then it flapped its wings and pounced on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming activated his primal chaos domain and punched out. The violent fist force crushed out, causing the stone room to rumble and shake. This is primal chaos domain. Goshawk cried out in surprise. Then, it flapped its wings rapidly and a terrifying gale swept out. The gale collided with Lu Ming's fist, creating bursts of explosive sounds. Finally, the gale disappeared, and Lu Ming could not help but retreat a few steps. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. It seems that I can't do it without using my full strength. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the void. It was a black shadow shrouded in black light, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on the goshawk. The black shadow and the goshawk engaged in an intense battle. Young man, I'll hold him back. You go over. An old voice came from the black shadow. It sounded gentle and comfortable. Don't go over. You have to hear me, the goshawk shouted. Boom. The black shadow pounced on the goshawk and launched an even more violent attack. The battle was intense. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. What was going on with the goshawk and the black shadow? Was it a checkpoint here? Or a test? Why did one let him go over and the other not? Maybe it's just a test. I'll pass. Lu Ming made up his mind. Since he had already come this far, it was impossible for Lu Ming to give up and leave just because of a few words from a goshawk. Lu Ming activated the wind origin technique and the power of the air-frozen bead surged. Taking advantage of the gap between the goshawk and the black shadow, his figure flashed and rushed into the passage and disappeared. Boom! The goshawk and the black shadow exchanged a blow and both retreated. Sigh! The goshawk looked at Lu Ming's back and sighed. Hee hee, Emperor Tsong, it's impossible for you to stop them. You've lost this round. A cold and harsh laughter came from the black shadow. It was completely different from the gentle voice just now. However, Lu Ming could no longer hear those words. He walked along the passage and soon, light appeared in front of him. He had reached the end of the passage. Clang! Boom! In front of him, there was a violent explosion and the sound of metal colliding. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming slowed down and rushed over from the entrance of the passage. As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, he saw a small black flag flying toward him. There was demonic chi on the small flag. Emperor-level spiritual weapon, ownerless. Lu Ming thought. Get lost. Suddenly, there was a loud roar in front of him. It was very domineering. A huge palm that was completely formed by demonic chi grabbed at Lu Ming and the small flag. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch and the huge palm exploded. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the small black flag in his hand. Kid, how dare you stop me? A domineering voice sounded. In front of Lu Ming, a young man looked at him coldly and his body was full of demonic chi. This is... Lu Ming glanced at the young man and skipped over him, looking elsewhere. It was a huge hall that was incomparably spacious. In the void, there were beams of treasure light flying around. Among them, there were many young men chasing after these beams of treasure light. Emperor-level spiritual weapons, and even sacred weapons. Lu Ming was astounded. Most of the treasures flying in the air were ruler-level spiritual weapons, and there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were also saint weapons and even medicinal pills. More than 10 young men were flying in the air, chasing after the treasures. Occasionally, they would even fight one another because of the treasures. How powerful! Lu Ming discovered that these young men possessed powerful cultivations. They were all second-layer martial dominators. Lu Ming saw a few familiar faces among them. The leader of the Dragon God Valley, Hiu, the leader of the Nine Heaven Sword sect, Wang Shao, the leader of the Heavenly God sect, Shi Tian, the leader of the Sword of Life and Death sect, Luo Xiang. They were the leaders of their respective sections. Indeed, those who were able to make it here were extremely powerful. Kid, how dare you ignore me? In front of Lu Ming, the young man with a strong demonic chi pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A black finger that looked like the finger of a demon pierced through the void and stabbed in Lu Ming's direction with a terrifying might. If the finger were to hit, Lu Ming would die for sure. Such a domineering person, trying to take someone's life. Lu Ming's expression became cold as he threw out a punch. Bang! Chapter 1441. Break for me! A sinister look flashed across the eyes of the demonic youth, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He could feel a terrifying power coming from his finger. This power was like an avalanche, like an ancient divine mountain crashing into his finger. Crack! His finger made a cracking sound as it was deformed. He roared and retreated rapidly, taking more than 10 steps back as he looked at Lu Ming with a sinister expression. In the previous move, Lu Ming had broken his finger bone with a punch. After taking a look at Lu Ming, there was a trace of graveness in this person's eyes. He did not continue to attack. Instead, his figure swayed and he dashed toward an Emperor-level spirit weapon combat sword. His domain spread out and shrouded the Emperor-level spirit weapon combat sword. Suppress! At this moment, Lu Ming also made his move. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic domain spread out and suppressed the 2 Emperor-level combat weapons. Then he put them away. Is this a treasure trove? Lu Ming looked around and saw the light flying in the sky. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. In the next moment, Lu Ming made his move again without hesitation. There were more than 10 youths present, and each of them had a strong cultivation. If he continued to delay, he would not have a share. More than 10 youths made their moves at an extremely fast speed. There were fewer and fewer lights flying in the sky as they put away the Emperor-level combat weapons. In a short time, Lu Ming had obtained 8 Emperor-level combat weapons. Get lost. Boom. In the sky, there were more people fighting. 2 youths were fighting over a saint weapon. However, the 2 of them were wary of each other. When they saw the saint weapon flying away, they stopped and chased after the saint weapon. Soon, the Emperor-level combat weapons were almost all collected. There were only a few saint weapons left in the sky and a few jade boxes flying in the sky. Those jade boxes were the fastest. They were like bolts of lightning that streaked across the sky. It was difficult to stop them. Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky and pounced on a saint weapon. This sacred weapon was a jade bracelet filled with dense devil qi. Lu Ming thought of Xianxia. This jade bracelet was very suitable for Xianxia. Scram! Lu Ming wasn't the only one who was interested in this jade bracelet. There were 2 other youths as well. One of them was the demonic youth who had attacked Lu Ming before. The other person was dressed in a green robe and had an evil smile on his face. The green-robed youth made a grabbing motion with his hand, and streams of green mist spread toward Lu Ming. As soon as the fog appeared, a disgusting smell filled the air. Poison gas. This poisonous gas was extremely poisonous. However, what Lu Ming was least afraid of was lethal poison. The power of devouring enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. Ignoring the green mist, Lu Ming charged through it and sent a palm strike at the green-robed youth. The green-robed youth didn't expect Lu Ming to completely ignore the poisonous gas. His expression changed. He waved his hand and a swarm of poisonous insects appeared in front of him. The poisonous insects formed a shield in front of him. Lu Ming's palm struck down and a large number of poisonous insects exploded. The green-robed youth trembled and retreated dozens of meters. Bam! Then, Lu Ming's leg was like a steel whip, sweeping toward the young man with a sinister demonic aura, forcing him to retreat. Lu Ming's right hand grabbed the jade bracelet. Buzz buzz. The jade bracelet in Lu Ming's hand was still vibrating nonstop. What a strong spirituality! Lu Ming was delighted. The stronger the spirituality of a sacred weapon, the higher the grade and the more precious it was. For example, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron and air-frozen pearl were definitely extraordinary. Hand over the sacred weapon and I'll spare your life. The green-robed youth said and stared coldly at Lu Ming. If you want to die, come here. Lu Ming's simple reply was extremely domineering. The green-robed youth's face was gloomy and cold, killing intent emanated from his body. He was one of the 13 top forces that had entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm, the leader of the Desire Poison sect. He was very strong and was good at using poison. Even the leaders of the other sects were wary of him. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Courting death. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Ming to death. 10,000 poisons massacre. The young man in the green robe shouted coldly. His figure moved and he pounced on Lu Ming. He waved his palm and densely packed poisonous insects appeared. These poisonous insects had hard carapaces on their bodies and they constantly spurted poisonous gas from their mouths. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that these poisonous insects could actually combine. Countless poisonous insects formed a combat weapon and charged at Lu Ming. In the air, more than 10 combat weapons appeared. They were all made of poisonous insects. Some were swords, some were sabers. The similarity was that all of them were filled with poison. Devour! Lu Ming stretched out his palms. The terrifying devouring power shrouded all the poisonous insects in it. The devouring power exploded and the dense poisonous gas was instantly absorbed by Lu Ming. The poisonous insects were also instantly sucked dry of their blood essence. Their blood fell to the ground like raindrops. What a powerful poisonous gas! After devouring so much poisonous gas, Lu Ming felt his body go numb. Lu Ming could not help but sigh at the power of the poisonous gas. This was the first time Lu Ming's body went numb from a poisonous gas. In the past, any poisonous gas would be devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power and would be refined. It would not affect Lu Ming at all. This is the Yuan continent after all. This poisonous gas reminded Lu Ming. After all, This was the Yuan continent and not the mainland of the divine ruins. The laws of heaven and earth were perfect, and everything in heaven and earth was different from the mainland of the divine ruins. It was possible that some terrifying poisonous gas could be born here. Even the devouring power could not devour the poisonous gas. Lu Ming warned himself that he could not be careless when dealing with poisonous gas in the future. Of course, the green-robed youth's poisonous gas was nothing to Lu Ming. It only made Lu Ming's body go numb for a moment before it was refined by the devouring power. The green-robed youth looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. His poisonous gas was actually devoured by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Even experts with a much higher cultivation than him wouldn't dare to touch his poisonous gas, let alone swallow it into their bodies. You want to use this poisonous gas to poison people? Ridiculous. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and took a step forward. The terrifying chaotic domain pressed down on the green-robed youth. The green-robed youth's face changed drastically, and he tried his best to resist. However, his poisonous gas had lost its power and his combat strength was much weaker than the other leaders. He was crushed by Lu Ming's chaotic domain. He vomited blood and his body flew far away. Many of his bones were broken. Boom, boom. At this moment, the battle for the sacred weapons had reached its climax. More than 10 youths fought fiercely over a few sacred weapons. In the end, the sacred weapons were taken by different people. Luo Xiang of the Life and Death Sword sect had become stronger after obtaining the Sword Dao inheritance. His sword qi pierced through the air and cut through everything. He took a sacred weapon battle sword. Shi Tian of the Heavenly Divine sect was like a deity. He also took a sacred weapon. He Yu of the Dragon God Valley had the Blood Dragon battle body and was extremely powerful. He also took a sacred weapon. Chapter 1442. Bang. At this moment, a flying jade box was accidentally smashed by someone. Suddenly, a palm-sized, translucent armor appeared in the air, flickering with a strange fluctuation. That's a spiritual god defensive treasure. Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the jade armor. Their eyes were burning with passion. A spiritual god defensive treasure. It's a spiritual god defensive treasure. No matter how strong a martial artist's spiritual body was, the spiritual god was the most fragile and fatal weakness of a martial artist. If one were to encounter dangers that could harm one's soul in secret realms, ruins, or forbidden lands, a spiritual god defensive treasure could save one's life. This kind of treasure was extremely difficult to refine as it was linked to one's soul. It was priceless and could not be bought on the market. It's mine. It's mine. More than 10 young men moved at the same time and rushed toward the jade armor. Get lost. It's you. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 people fought fiercely. Sword chi and saber light crisscrossed. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the jade armor. For a moment, no one could get it. A pair of black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. At the same time, he used the wind origin technique and disappeared. In the next moment he broke through the obstacles and appeared near the jade armor. It's you? A young man hollered. Sacred light surged toward Lu Ming like a tide. It was the leader of the Heavenly Divinity sect, Shi Tian. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the chaotic domain burst out. The divine energy on Shi Tian's body trembled violently. His body trembled and he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and formed a big hand to grab the jade armor. Don't even think about it. The rest of the people were engaged in a chaotic battle. However, the moment they saw Lu Ming approaching the jade armor and was about to obtain it, they attacked Lu Ming one after another. At least 5 or 6 attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. These people were the leaders of their sections. Their cultivation had reached the 2nd layer martial royal realm and their attacks were terrifying. It was even more terrifying when they joined forces. Block it. The black wings on Lu Ming's back closed together and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, the primal chaos domain spread out and covered his entire body. Don't. An intense explosion resounded. The primal chaos domain and the black wings shook violently. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming in the end. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed the jade armor and put it into his storage ring. Hand over the treasure. Otherwise, die. Cold voices rang out one after another. At least 6 auras locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced around and saw 6 youths surrounding Lu Ming. Shi Tian, Hiyu, Wang Xiao, the demonic youth, the green-robed youth, and a burly youth. The others, such as Luo Xiang, stood to the side and did not make a move. I'm afraid the 6 of you aren't enough to take my life. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. And Lu Ming looked at Hiyu and said, "We're from the same sect. Are you going to attack me too? This treasure isn't something you can handle. Hand it to me and I'll report it to the sect and give you a reward." Hiyu said coldly, "Hand it to you? Ha, what a hypocrite. If you want it, just say it." Lu Ming mocked. Then I'll test you and see what you're made of." Hiyu said coldly. His body was filled with blood-red light and a dragon's roar resounded. A layer of blood-red dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Bam! Hiyu took a step forward and his entire body was like a human-shaped dragon as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His hand also became like a dragon's claw as he grabbed at Lu Ming. Blood Dragon War Body. I'd like to see how strong it is. Lu Ming threw out a punch. Bam! The fist collided with the dragon's claw and there was a dull explosion. Then Hiyu's body trembled and he was forced to retreat continuously. This person is so strong. He can actually force Hiyu to retreat. The eyes of the surrounding youths froze. Among them, Hiyu was the strongest in close combat. No one was a match for Hiyu in close combat. However, Lu Ming had forced Hiyu to retreat. It was simply shocking. We'd better attack together. This person is demonic and not easy to deal with. Shi Tian said with a cold, murderous intent. Lu Ming was someone he had to kill. I think so too. Hiyu, you don't have any objections, right? Wang Xiao said and looked at Hiyu. It's fine. This person has no respect for the law and even dares to hurt the disciples of the divine Dragon Valley. He's lawless and deserves to be killed. Hiyu said coldly. Ha, so many of you against one person and you're still speaking so righteously. How despicable. A disdainful voice was heard, but it wasn't Lu Ming but Luo Xiang. Shi Tian and the others' eyes turned cold, but they didn't say anything. Shi Tian said and made the first move. Sacred light burst out from his body and formed a sacred spear, which he threw at Lu Ming. At the same time, Wang Xiao released sword aura from his palm. An extremely sharp sword gleam cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Following this, the young man with a sinister demonic aura and the young man in a green robe attacked at the same time. Together with Hiyu, the 6 of them had both close combat and long-range attacks. Since they were all peerless geniuses, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary emperors. Even a 4th-layer martial royal realm expert would be killed instantly when the 6 of them worked together. Even a 5th-layer martial royal realm expert would have to retreat. Kill! Lu Ming yelled as he flapped his black wings and dashed toward one of them. Lu Ming wouldn't stand in the middle like a fool and be treated as a target. If they wanted to fight, they would defeat them one by one. Lu Ming chose the young man in a green robe. Among the 6 of them, the young man in a green robe posed the least threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged 3 of the attacks and took 2 of them head-on. He arrived in front of the young man in a green robe and activated his 3rd bloodline. Streams of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body, further strengthening Lu Ming's strength. He reached out with his left hand and unleashed a devouring force that engulfed the young man in a green robe. At the same time, he threw a punch with his right hand. The hell-suppressing heaven skill combined with the chaotic domain was unleashed. Bang! The space trembled and formed a terrifying fist intent that slammed toward the young man in a green robe. The young man in a green robe's poisonous aura was devoured by the devouring force. Following this, Lu Ming's fist intent landed on him. The young man in a green robe let out a cry of agony as his body was blasted apart by Lu Ming's fist intent and turned into a cloud of green mist. The next moment, the mist gathered and tried to reform his body. The young man in a green robe's spiritual body was a poisoned spiritual body among the medium earth spiritual bodies. Like a flame spiritual body, It had a strong vitality and could turn into poisonous gas to reduce the cold. Chapter 1443. Destroy. Lu Ming pressed his palm down and the chaotic domain spread out, enveloping the green-robed youth and refining him. Save me! The green fog tumbled as the green-robed youth screamed. Of course, his voice was emitted by energy vibrations. Let him go! A loud roar was heard and a demonic aura surged. A small pagoda with demonic aura flew out from the youth's head and rapidly grew in size, suppressing Lu Ming. Sacred weapon. Without a doubt, this small pagoda was also a sacred weapon. These people were the leaders of their respective sections. To be able to come this far, they had naturally gained a lot. Each of them had obtained a sacred weapon. The youth with the demonic aura was called Emoji, and he came from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. His small pagoda was the sacred weapon he had obtained when he entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Although he couldn't unleash much of the power of a sacred weapon with his cultivation, it was still stronger than an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. The small pagoda grew to the size of a small mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. There was a terrifying suction force under the pagoda that seemed to want to suck Lu Ming in. Shwa! The black feather wing on Lu Ming's back flapped out and rapidly grew in size. It slashed towards the small pagoda like a blade. Ding! The small pagoda shook and demonic aura tumbled as it was sent flying. However, the black feather wing was suppressed by the small pagoda and flew back. Boom! 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 At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Hiyu, Wang Xiao, Shirtian, and the burly youth. Each of them had a battle weapon floating out from their bodies. They were all sacred weapons. They had all used their sacred weapons to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned serious. If he didn't use his sacred weapons and fought with his own strength, Lu Ming wouldn't be afraid even if he was surrounded by 6 experts. He might even be able to win. However, since all of them had used their sacred weapons, their strength was reduced. It would become a clash between sacred weapons. This wasn't good for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron floated out. At this moment, a sword light flashed in the sky, and a jade box was shattered. A jade talisman flew out of the jade box. Hiyu and company besieged Lu Ming, but the others were not watching the show. They were chasing after the 2 remaining jade boxes in the sky. The jade box from before contained a jade armor. It was clear that the treasure in the jade box was even more precious. As soon as the jade talisman appeared, the remaining few people began to fight over it. Hiyu, Shirtian, and the others' faces paled. I'll spare him this time, Shirtian said. He was the first to rush into the sky and participate in the struggle for the jade talismans. When the others saw this, they all went to fight for the jade talismans. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he didn't participate. Instead, he looked at the last jade box. This jade box was the fastest, dancing in the air like a bolt of lightning. Lu Ming suddenly made a move. He clawed out with his palm, and a large hand formed to grab the jade box. However, the jade box was extremely agile, and in a flash, it dodged Lu Ming's palm. Then, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he executed the wind origin art, chasing after the jade box at lightning speed. However, the jade box emitted a bright light, and its speed suddenly increased, leaving Lu Ming in the dust. Fuck! Lu Ming cursed inwardly. How could a jade box be faster than him? Was there any justice in this world? Lu Ming chased after the jade box. On the other side, the battle for the jade talisman had already been decided. In the end, the jade talisman was obtained by a peerless woman. Shirtian and the others' eyes flickered, but they didn't continue to fight for the jade talisman. It was obvious that they were wary of this woman. At this time, everyone's attention was on the last jade box. Then, everyone made a move. Their figures dashed toward the jade box, but the jade box was incomparably agile. It flickered in the air, evading everyone's attacks. Even when someone used a holy artifact, it was useless. I suggest that we spread out in all directions of the stone room, and use our domains to envelop the stone room. This way, the jade box has nowhere to run. Someone suggested. All right, I have no objections. Let's fight for the jade box after we get it. Someone else said. Everyone had no objections. Their figures flickered, and they spread out in all directions. There were a total of 13 people. Originally, the 13 leaders of the top sects, including Lu Ming, had a total of 14 people. However, the green-robed young man was killed by Lu Ming, and now there were only 13 people left. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each of the 13 cultivators unleashed a domain, which expanded rapidly and slowly shrouded the entire stone chamber. The jade box's range of movement became smaller and smaller. In the end, it had no choice but to be shrouded by the domain. "Ha, it's mine!" A young man was overjoyed. It was Xianxia. In the end, the jade box was shrouded by his domain. "Come here!" Xianxia shouted, and his domain shrunk rapidly. The jade box glowed and tried to escape. Then, with a bang, the jade box exploded, and the thing inside was revealed. It was actually a pill. On it, there was a bright fluorescent light, and a strange phenomenon appeared, surrounded by the aura of the Great Tao. When they saw the pill, everyone's eyes widened. "The Breakthrough Sage Pill, it's the Breakthrough Sage Pill. This Breakthrough Sage Pill is mine." Emoji was the first to shout. The others also revealed a blazing light in their eyes. It was the Breakthrough Sage Pill. Even Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. The Breakthrough Sage Pill could help one break through to the martial sage realm. It was extremely difficult for a martial king to break through to the martial sage realm. There were many people at the peak of the martial king realm in Yuan continent. For example, there were many experts at the peak of the martial king realm in the 13 top sects in Song province. However, there were very few martial sages. A martial saint was considered an expert in the primordial continent. However, even top geniuses like Xianxia and He were not confident that they could break through to the martial sage realm. In history, there were many outstanding geniuses who had reached the peak of the martial king realm early on, but they could not break through to the martial sage realm. They were stuck at the peak of the martial king realm for their entire lives, and died when their lifespan was exhausted. The Breakthrough Sage Pill could increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial sage realm by 30%. 30% was a terrifying probability. It would make countless experts at the peak of the martial king realm fight for it, especially for top geniuses like them. If the probability was increased by 30%, they would be confident that they could break through to the martial sage realm in the future. Don't even think about it. The Breakthrough Sage Pill happens to be in my realm. It is fated to be with me. Xianxia shouted and shrank his realm. He wanted to snatch the Breakthrough Sage Pill. However, the Breakthrough Sage Pill seemed to have a mind of its own. With a tremble, it broke through Xianxia's realm and escaped from Xianxia's control. "It's mine!" The others flew up and pounced on the Breakthrough Sage Pill. Various rays of light condensed into large hands and grabbed at the Breakthrough Sage Pill. However, the Breakthrough Sage Pill emitted rays of light. It flew past and pierced through the large hands, causing them to miss. Swoosh! Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill and flapped his black wings. He was as fast as lightning as he pounced on the Breakthrough Sage Pill. In an instant, he appeared a few meters away from the Breakthrough Sage Pill.